Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting, and we continue with qualifiers for TI, baby. We've done the Eastern European region. We are now hopping over to Southeast Asia. We're going to be seeing which one of these teams is going to be able to make it all the way through, get that dub, get themselves into TI, or who's going to be the team that's looking in from the outside, hating from afar. We have a pretty tough gauntlet, to be fair. Here in Southeast Asia, we've already seen TNC grab a dub earlier. I don't know who won just now between Boom and Execration, but that game is just concluded, and we're moving on now. Fnatic and Omega. Again, one team gets out, just one of the qualifiers. Nobody else gets out, only the one team. So you have to bring your best foot forward every single game. So let's see who's going to be the team locked down to the lower bracket, or who gets to continue in the upper bracket for now. Also, why do I feel so high? There we go. That's a bit better. So we have ourselves a situation where Omega playing against the side of Fnatic. Omega in this situation on Radiant side, they had second pick. Fnatic had first pick. This is a hero that we didn't actually get to see all that much in the European region. Ancient Apparition. It's available now, and it's still one of the best heroes on the patch, especially from the 5 position. But in Eastern Europe, it was banned literally every game. In this situation though, in Southeast Asia, there are other heroes which have much higher priority than Ancient Apparition. We've got Broodmothers, Timber Saws, Nyx Assassins. The Nyx thing I think comes a lot from them scrimming and spending time with the Chinese teams. You also have heroes like DK, which has just been so dominant the world over. So I do expect that in the qualifiers for C, we'll see more Ancient Apparition than we would in other regions. Omega, they responded to this by grabbing themselves the Axe Lina. We've been seeing a lot of Axe Lina of late, actually. One of the very easy ways to be able to set up for an LSA, not just with the Berserker's Call itself, but even if you throw out the Battle Hunger, it gives enough of a slow that a decent enough Lina player should be able to land the LSA after that. They've got a ton of burst damage available for themselves as well from Omega. This Lina probably is going into the mid lane now. They picked up the Lion as well in the second phase to make sure they have additional lockdown and additional burst damage to be able to lay out anywhere on the game. Fnatic did go for those Puck in the mid lane. I love to see Puck with Ancient Apparition. Not only do you set up quite nicely for the Ice Blast to connect onto multiple heroes, you also make sure that when you throw out the spells from the Puck, there's more damage coming from those spells thanks to the Ice Vortex from the Ancient Apparition. Very strong laner. In the event that Lina is the hero that's going mid, you can play Puck into Lina. It's not an uber scary matchup like Lina is against a lot of other heroes in the meta right now. Also, Southeast Asian Puck, it's something else. It's something else. Second phase, of course, Fnatic went ahead and banned the TA, Ember, as well as the Spectre. No spec. No spec. Viper, thank you for the update, comrade. So we had 2-1 for the side of Boom ID. Sure, Raven is just, he's like, well, I'm glad my boys did well. Glad my boys did well. Does mean that there's a likelihood you play them later, but you know, you always want to make sure that you're playing the best opponents possible. Omega did go back for this Mirana as well in the second phase. I was speaking about this earlier, that we often see Axe Mirana, not just Axe Lina. And since the Lina was going to go into the mid lane, it makes sense to pick up this Mirana now. Does mean that Omega are going to be playing this Lion in the 5 position. I'm not always a fan of 5 Lion, primarily because it delays the timing of Blink Dagger on this hero. And I think Blink on Lion is ridiculous, especially in a game like this. You're playing Lion into Puck. You can't actually afford to not have the Blink Dagger on this hero. Otherwise, Fnatic will play at a faster pace than you, and you won't really be able to stop them with any of the other stuns or disables. None of them really affect Puck that much. A good enough Puck player dodges all of them, so he's gooch. Fnatic did go in for Clockwork Medusa for themselves in the second phase, having had the Mars, Wraith King, and the Hoodwink banned against them. Love Clockwork in this game. A way to be able to get on top of Lina without Puck having to be the only one that commits onto this Lina hero. Also love having Clockwork in games with Medusa. What you can do with the Clockwork, you can sort of provide the shell around this Medusa. Make sure that this hero never really is in threat in the middle of the fight. If we look at what they have available from the side of Omega, the source of jump, right? They have Axe to get on top of the Medusa, hold her down, and then they've got a raft of follow-up disables to apply onto her. Provided Clockwork can get himself there to interrupt either the initial jump from the Axe or make the follow-up difficult from the rest of Omega, Medusa will reliably be able to use Stone Gaze at the very least. That being said though, if they ever do get a clean initiation onto her, they have so much burst on Omega. Laguna Blade, Finger of Death, Long Duration Arrow, Starfall, Culling Blade, hell, even the mana drain from this Lion makes Medusa's life so much more difficult than it would be otherwise. So I really do feel that Fnatic will have to play very carefully with this Clockwork in particular to ensure that Medusa stays alive. We don't have a hero yet for Death though, the new addition for the side of Fnatic. You see Omega also realize this by banning out the Tidehunter and the Slaughter against them. Fnatic will remove Ursa and PL, two of the better heroes at dealing with the Medusa. In fact, a lot of these bans, if you look at them in retrospect, are primarily about protecting the Medusa. And they end the draft with the LC. We did see, I believe, 2 Legion Commander games from Death when he played with Neon at the Major. This is Major number 1, not Major number 2, back in Singapore. He looked pretty good on the hero. And for Omega, they go back for the last pick, Tino Monkey King. I'm not a fan of Monkey King personally. I don't know about this one. One of my issue with Monkey King is in this kind of game, if you think about how the hero is supposed to play, right? What's gonna happen with this hero, where he moves on the map. For Omega, they're pretty much reliant on every fight happening on their terms, and to be fair, they have a lot of heroes to make fight happen on their terms. You've got this Moonlight Shadow initiation from the Mirana, you've got the Axe who can start to play the pace a lot faster for the game, and everybody else in the game has a follow-up stun of some kind. So it's very difficult to imagine that the stuns would come out and you don't have anybody to actually help you get a kill. Which means that the Wukong's command is technically better than it would be otherwise, because all the heroes that are caught inside of it will have a really hard time escaping it because of all these other disables. That being said though, you don't have that many options for a Medusa who gets very far ahead of you. Kind of makes it the case that Omega Esports, I do think they have some late game potential, but I'm not sure I want to play Monkey King going late into a Medusa game, you know. Hey, Earthy! What's up, Earthy? What's good, G? What's good? That is actually the dopest emotes ever. That's so cool. PL Underlord High Ground. Yeah, it is. PL Underlord High Ground is disgusting. Did the PL have the shard as well, right? I'm imagining. Let's think about this game, though. Omega got themselves a lot of pace, a lot of skirmishing, some decent team fighting for themselves. But Fnatic, they've got the big boy team fights. They've got the wham bam, you're dead, we're done, we move on. Which is better? Which is gonna win? Which is gonna get us this W? We do not know, but we're gonna find out together. Game 1, Omega versus Fnatic. It's on, and let's go. Oops, not that, let's go. Wrong screen, lol, there we go. Also, I don't know why when I said let's go, for some reason I sounded like the baby. Either way, we out here, so we'll now be having a situation where we have a big smoke coming in from Omega. Their primary purpose here is just to make sure that they can secure some of these early runes. The last thing you want when you're in this situation as a team like Omega, knowing for a fact that people are going to be underrating you and discounting your odds and your chances against the quote-unquote better team. Under these circumstances, very important to not allow yourself to be off to a bad start. Even if you need to do some things that might be weird, anything you can do to make sure that you get off better, make life a lot easier for you. "61 minutes, damn." I mean, Omega will definitely hope that this game doesn't go 61 minutes. They do have some pretty decent lanes for Omega in all 3 lanes on the side, so I do think that they have the capability here of coming away better off in this laning phase. You know, Sam H and Shanks, for example, can put a lot of pressure onto that top lane. And there's not really much that you can do as a Medusa to try and zone back these heroes. You know, middle. Let's match up Lina versus Puck. We have seen Lina excel in all manner of matchups. Haven't really seen her lose all that many unless it's a clear skill mismatch between the two players. Tuan has recently reprised his role in the mid lane, so we'll see if that has any impact in terms of his performance versus Mac. As we now take a peek down bottom, Tino on the Monkey King, the CML Lion, nearby just to try and provide as much assistance as possible. Allow the Monkey King to just get as far ahead as he can with the farm. CML just try to go ahead and block this pull, but Jabs will have battery assault soon, so you can't really stop this. Just have to accept to get out as much harass as you can, but that's the sum total of what you can actually do for now. Top lane. DJ almost caught the arrow. Shanks would have been able to find the first blood if they did find that arrow hit. DJ positioned correctly. He will be A-okay. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I really do want to see, though, Omega at some point decide to effectively make CML a 4 position. Just give him priority. Like, this should happen after the lane swaps have happened and both tier 1 towers in the safe lane have fallen. Maybe between like the 12 to 17 minute mark, if they can find some space for him in the jungle to be able to farm from that angle. Get him closer and closer towards having some kind of way to get Blink Dagger. But now, though, it's not going to be a major concern. They're just happy that the laning phase is going as well as it is. Mid lane, of course, is going to go well. You're playing Lina. Puck is not going to get bullied out, but it's unlikely that he wins the CS battle in that situation. Bottom lane, of course, going to be a very good situation for Tino, and they're looking for the first blood here. One more right click from the Monkey King should find the kill. Jabs will end up losing his life to CML. Earth Spike from the Lion will bring him down. Hey, young Johnny. Yes, I'm extremely sober. For those of you who do not know, I live in South Africa, and at present, alcohol sales are banned in the entire nation. It's very annoying. I'm gonna be very sober for the next while. Thanks. The top lane almost got in cold feeded, but instead they turn around. Raven, my god, Raven got saved by a creep. That arrow was moments away from connecting onto the Medusa. Had that hit, Medusa's dead right now. It's so unfortunate for this Shanks Morana. But we are starting to see now some of the difficulties with dealing with this Axe lane. Really not easy as this Medusa to apply pressure here. Of course, Axe is now getting his Ring of Health delivered, so we're probably not too far away from having the Vanguard either. At that point, yeah, forget about actually damaging Axe at all. Dude, this early laning phase is so good for Omega. All 3 of their lanes are going swimmingly for them. They're winning mid pretty hard. This is despite the fact that Puck has gotten this bounty, has an availability of a camp nearby, hasn't been blocked away. Yeah, the government's right. Well, there is actual rationale for like some limited liquor bans. So our country is fairly alcoholic. Everybody drinks like a whole lot. So what tends to happen is when people are drinking, people get violent. When people are violent, they have to go to hospital. You know, you stab some guy while you're drunk or whatever. It also doesn't help that we're an extremely violent country. So the rationale is that if we ban liquor, fewer people end up in hospital due to injuries over liquor. And therefore, there's more space from beds and from ER rooms to deal with COVID. Yeah, there actually are that many people who go to hospital for alcohol. It's pretty bad, fam. It's pretty bad. Let me not lie to you. Here in the game, though, things are started to settle down a little bit, and this particular portion of the game benefits the side of Omega pretty highly. It's still going to be a while before Fnatic can, for example, make good on the potential of this Medusa. So as long as the status quo is staying right now, they can spend the next few minutes on the side of Omega, getting closer to the Blink Dagger for Sam H's axe, ensuring that they have as close to the Yule Scepter for the Lina as humanly possible, making sure that there's farm for the Monkey King down bottom. We'll see when we focus on him what build he's going to go for. For now, there's a potential gank coming into the mid lane. Mac will get a D-ward up in the high ground. Not sure if he knows that Clockwork is in the vicinity. However, with them rotating DJ off this mid lane, I really doubt they actually have the damage anymore to find this kill. See jabs. I come across Mac. Battery Assault will be there. And just gonna open up some cogs to make sure he can run away to safety. This does mean that he's not rendering assistance down bottom for the Legion Commander. And in terms of heroes in this game who need help more, in that lane versus Monkey King alone, LC can't play that lane. She has to jungle basically. While Sam H can be left alone in the top lane, and it doesn't really matter.
Burns, doesn't it?
It does not stop homebrewers, Jireen. So we actually had a major thing last year when the bans began about people trying to figure out and make home pineapple liquor. The issue is that our liquor and beer is so good that no matter how well you brew it at home, it'll never measure up. Looks like the build here for the Monkey King is going to be Diffusal Blade for the game. Top lane. CML doesn't get frozen and Jab's able to run away from the arrow. All supports are in the top lane. I imagine as well a nice tendency of Omega. In this game, I think I've seen them before in a lot of other games where they spend a lot of time roaming with their supports. But I think in this game it can actually be very beneficial. It would allow them to interrupt some of these stacks that Fnatic are preparing for the Medusa to farm later. They have the kind of heroes that can make those early moves without feeling like they're losing out too much on the map. But like I said, for me, the big problem here, the crucial thing, is that it just doesn't feel like they'll might have a death onto death down bottom. Nice. He's fine. But it just doesn't feel like Fnatic at present have an easy way into the game. We'll see. It'll depend a lot on what Puck decides to do. I think the way things are stacked up right now, if Puck could make a rotation towards bottom and grant Death the first dual kill of the game, would make such a huge difference. MH is here just chilling, enjoying life in the top lane. The way things are looking right now, it feels like Omega will be able to take this tower soon. And Fnatic also feel like this because they've just decided to make the rotation. Put Medusa in the jungle, stop wasting time. Well, let's make our lives a little bit easier. DJ, of course, is primarily concerned with creating some stacks for this Dusado farm later. Have to push here in the top lane, Omega. Trying to see if they can get this tower down. MH has the Vanguard, but he's still playing very safe. He's not deciding to make any aggressive skipping shenanigans at present. Making sure that he's going to play this slowly and carefully. Into the top lane. We do see the first smoke of the game coming from this Puck. I'm not sure this is the lane to go for. We'll see if they can actually get this kill on the Axe. They're trying for it now. They've got off the Dream Coil. There's going to be Arrow connecting onto the Clockwork. Cold Feet will connect onto the Axe, but they just don't have the damage to finish him off. Chuan jaunts it to the far side past Sam H. That was actually really cool. And Mac did end up going to the top side of the map. But it's a rotation that spent more time from the side of Fnatic. One first movements of the game getting nothing. It's a much bigger deal for the Puck in this game, given that LC hasn't had the best start, so it's going to be a while before she's the one that can provide your team with anything resembling initiation. Means that the Puck has to be the one that picks up that slack right now. But the conditions like that, where you make these moves and they don't get anything and you end up losing heroes instead, it becomes a lot harder for the Puck to have that impact as the game goes on. You see Raven has returned to the top lane, at the very least preventing this Axe from finishing off the tower, but will not be able to do so forever. TPing out now, and they're not retreating either from Omega. That top tower is going to fall, definitely. Puck is desperately trying to get closer towards the Witchblade. So Puck is going the Witchblade first, and LC is going for Hood of Defiance first. That means we're going to have quite a large period of the game where Fnatic are just playing reactive Dota, and the only initiation they have will either be Dream Coil or once this Clockwork Goblin hits 6. But he's also quite a ways from having 6. It becomes difficult to imagine how they actually make these fights start on their own terms. Middle. Should be able to, at the very least, defend this on the side of Fnatic. I don't think this tower falls by any stretch. It'll get down to like sub half HP, but I'd be very surprised if Fnatic let this one go. And there we go. It takes over a little bit, but the Siege Dragon destroyed ends the push for now. The worry is what happens when the next time comes. On the bright side though, they do manage to find the tier 1 tower bottom. Moonlight Shadow used by Shanks, and they do not have any reveal here. Threw the Ice Blast down, but they can't actually find the target. Same time though, going back middle, Mac, desperate and adamant that I'm gonna take this tower and there's nothing you can do to stop Mac. You can try and deny it, but that's the best you can do. They do get the tower in the end.
The Dire's top tower is under attack.
Money to burn. Dire's top tower is under attack. Burns, doesn't it?
Invisibility.
Oh god. It looks like I disconnected, or like I was moving around the mic and it looks like I actually DC'd it there. I only just saw now when you're saying mic. My bad, I'm sorry about that. But Jireen, you know how it is? It is not a snare cast unless we have some kind of abiding technical issue. So it's fine. All according to plan. It's all according to plan.
Shadows take us.
The Moonlight Shadow getting used again. Clockwork might end up dying in the top lane here. There's going to be connection by Tino. LSA will come out. And this is a very easy kill on this clock. CML, I think, would have been happy if he was a little bit closer to be in some assist radius to get some bonus gold. Sadly, none will be forthcoming. Looks like Omega also hasn't made the decision to try and utilize this Lion in a more farm intensive role to finish up this Blink Dagger. We'll pause here. Somebody probably just DC'd or dropped off. We're gonna have a puppy pause, a puppy pause, a puppy pause. We just rejig, check everything out, make sure everything is cool. Nvidia slow.
Burns, doesn't it?
Wanna play with fire? Greetings! What is this? A game of some sort?
As things are paused right now, Fnatic are really in a tough spot, despite the fact that they have ostensibly there's a late game advantage, right? Having this Medusa. Lina is one of these heroes where she can be a menace against Dusa as the game scales later and later. Dusa's ahead, it does become Chai, and it does become this eventual point. The eventual where it's like, okay, there's nothing you can do anymore, and we're always going to be able to get the dub in these fights. But for now, honestly, it feels like the side of Fnatic just getting railed over, and the only thing they can do is present the Medusa as a strong hero that it makes it hard for Omega to just jump them entirely with. It's hard to fight past Stone Gaze. We haven't actually seen Fnatic take a fight that looks good on their own terms. Haven't seen an Ice Blast landing on a Dream Coil already. Haven't seen her do, not in defense, but offensively, whilst Clockwork is potentially zoning back the rest of the team after a hook shot. Oh snap, it's all good. Take it easy, Juin. Eat well. Make sure you drink some water as well. So, woo. This is a game, man. Nice and slow. Looks like everybody's been watching Eastern Europe, and they've somewhat adapted to the slow burn meta that we saw coming out of EU. Well, from Chuan will connect onto CML. There's gonna come out a Hexa, but there's no way you survive this one, my friend. There's no way you survive this one. $3K gold lead now opening up for Omega. Tino did go for a more fighting orientated build on this Monkey King. Diffusal straight into the BKB. I was speaking earlier about how this Monkey King doesn't always feel the best to play into Dusa, but with this kind of build, you represent such a massive threat against the hero. Every single time you show up to the engagement, Dusa pretty much has to leave. Oh, top lane, they almost found Chuan, and they still have the damage to kill him though. Despite that, they still find him. Dual kill down bottom does get Death some additional damage, but much more important target lost in the top lane. And at the same time, look at the efficiency from Omega. They get a kill on Puck top, immediately go into the Roshan pit. Sure, you're losing this Lion in the bottom side of the map, but who the hell cares? When things look this good for you, Roche most certainly gonna fall in their favor. Asia's gonna go the way of Tino. This earlier portion of the game, I love the fact that Omega, not just having it be like, oh sweet, you know, things look good for us. No, but they're actually playing this portion of the game aggressively. This is when they're strongest on the map. This is when it's most difficult for Fnatic to fight into them. Fnatic only now just picked up a Blink Dagger for the Puck. It's the first Blink they have on the side of Fnatic. Without those Blinks, without that deep initiation, Omega pretty much free to do whatever they want. So, I want to see them take advantage of that fact. A call onto Chuan. Arrow connects onto him. Woo! Look at the burst damage. Just zap, zap. My god. Okay, calm down, yo. Anyway, sad mage. Woof. It's getting this Blink Dagger. Been involved in some crucial kills. And Puck has just been having a very sad game. Shax has been all over this Puck. Everywhere Puck is at, is either a call to lead into an arrow, jump in with the star form, boundless strike to lead into an arrow. So many bad things are happening so far. Chuan suffered his third death, not even 20 minutes into the game. Immediately we see Omega trying to push through this mid lane. Mac is not the one that's sitting with this Aegis, so it's a bit of a risky place to be. Fnatic recognize this fact and will smoke up themselves. Have all their ultimates. Puck has just respawned to be able to find a fight. Arrow from Shanks threads past all of these heroes, so they're not able to find a real viable target. The clockwork of jabs, trying to scout out onto the high ground with the rocket flare, but not able to find somebody to jump on just yet. They do now go for Sam H. There will be a pushback with the power cogs. Ice Blast lands. Sam H falling very, very low. Will this axe end up ticking over? For now, he's fine. And the urn has eventually expired. Raven in danger here. Tino pops BKB, trying to run down Raven. Stone Gaze will be there from the Medusa. And with a huge overwhelming odds, they've almost lost the several heroes here. First of all will be CML. Axe also taken out as well here. 2 for 0. Fnatic finally getting a really good fight for themselves. They find the Axe first. I think it's less about just killing the Axe. The fact that you get Axe first, you know that the primary source of initiation from Omega is no longer available. They do not have the Blink Dagger from Lion. So if you find Axe, gonna win the fight. This time around, Fnatic pull something back. Thank God. Thank God for that. Thank God for that. Would have been a real problem if in this situation they had to find themselves in direct contests. In a fight where the Axe still can come in with a counter initiation. However, remove that tool and you're suddenly back in control of the fight. Still behind on gold by quite some distance though. Neither Tino nor Mac ended up falling in that engagement. These are the two heroes that are looking really, really strong. Up that Mac is going straight in for the MKB. Gonna prioritize the right click build, I think. And this is definitely the right decision. Magic build would not provide you with enough damage against the Medusa as the game scales. However, this sheer use BKB into like MKB Daedalus, this is the way to go. Then Raven never really feels safe anywhere in the fight. Because they took the tier 2 tower so early, Omega have been now able to claim this outpost. We'll have Tino with the Aegis of the Immortal, so quite difficult to punish them inside the dire jungle right now. Fnatic, we'll see if they try to now reposition by either try to force out the tower bottom to claim area control of Radiant jungle, or if they're just going to focus on farming. Right now, they're all together in Dire Triangle, focusing on getting Medusa through some of these Ancients. However, they need to be careful, Fnatic. There is some risk that Medusa will be the only source of damage for you as the game goes on. So they need to ensure that right now this Puck and LC don't fall behind on gold. And we see them now starting to move with death towards their old jungle area. Just gonna farm some safe camps here, right next to the tier 2 tower. Although they'll definitely feel more comfortable going for fights now that the Aegis of the Immortal has expired. What are we gonna do about him, Fnatic? I mean, are they gonna buy Blade Mail on LC, I wonder? Nah, it doesn't seem like it. Gonna go Hype was the full build up for the Legion. Didn't stop over for having a Blink Dagger first, just made sure go all in. Get the Pipe of Insight. You're dealing with this Lion, you're dealing with this Lina. This is the one really bright spot for Fnatic, is that there's nobody on the side of Omega who wants to buy Pipe themselves. Despite that being one of the better items in the game versus Ancient Apparition. Nobody has the space to put it in their inventory, so means that you always have that output of damage available. Might even see a Veil of Discord emerge from someone. But Parker is just going to decide to rather to go for Aeon Disc. Wants to take no risks, no chances. None of that. None of that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Juice seems to have gotten into one of the first rounds though. Us having these Blink Daggers in their entirety for Fnatic. Almost there for LC. Almost.
Radiant's
And Disc picked up now for the puck. They're smoking up again from Omega. Literally in the same area where they were smoked before. But Omega will not be able to find anybody in this position. DJ went forward with the Glimmer Cape to see potentially if he could pop a smoke or two. It won't really matter. Fnatic will stay very, very, very safe behind the tier 2. And now they've got the double blinks. Would not be surprised if they immediately went in for a smoke maneuver of their own. Anybody have a smoke though? Doesn't seem like it. So it becomes quite difficult to imagine them being able to get that move. But they're so okay. That's why they don't have a smoke in their inventories, because they already used it. They're gonna lead the charge. Need to find somebody with the jump in the duel. Heal themselves just yet. So Medusa will be very comfortable to just take away some of this Radiant farm around the triangle. Who cares? Free farm for her. She gets so much bigger due to this. Really do feel like Omega at this point, despite all this gold lead, they're like really far ahead on gold, but it's a little bit frustrating for them to not be able to find the fights that they actually want. So they'll just say, well, can't find a fight, we'll just take a tower. I love how this Morana keeps using this arrow primarily as a scouting mechanism, throwing it in behind the towers, into the trees, to make sure that there's no heroes TPing into the structure to try and mount the defense. And Omega, they pop the glyph right now. If they can force this trade where they trade a tier 2 for a tier 1 in the top lane, you'll take it. They still have their own tier 1 tower middle. So it's not like they're losing out tremendously anywhere else on the map. Fnatic, even after taking this tower, not retreating from this area. They're sticking around. They want to find a fight. They want to find somebody. The scan triggers out onto absolutely everybody. Fnatic knows that they know. I mean, they have to know, right? Lion showed himself, then went back into the jungle. So they know they might be coming from Omega. Might be a good time to try and retreat. A lot of time being spent here by Fnatic. We'll see now. Smoke with the Moonlight Shadow trying to get in for a fight. Fortunately, Fnatic are already positioned on the Dire high ground, on the Radiant high ground, so they can't really be ran into. Looks like Omega will just go claim this outpost and wait. Both sides playing oppositely here from where Roshan is. And Rosh is going to respawn not too long from now. Another 90 seconds. Then we have the big man available. Aegis online. It'll be the second one, so we can also have a shard picked up for whichever team grabs it with the cheese. I love how Sam H and Mac are dragging this creep wave so it can't even reach this mid tier 1. But at the same time, Fnatic's like, well, okay. If this is the shell game we're playing, fine. We'll just hit this tier 2, see how far we get. But even they have to realize that they can't keep this up forever. In large measure because all of them being here like this, there's only so much farm available in this one triangle area. And if you look at how they're playing, Fnatic are playing much closer together than Omega are right now. And Omega, they have the option to now just spread things apart. Mac is on one side, Tino's on the other, the rest of the team is farming in the jungle and through mid. Massive loss of efficiency for Omega, or for Fnatic, so they just retreat. They're like, what are we doing here? We're not actually getting anything done by sitting here on this high ground. We can't push for this tier 1 tower in the top lane. We can't really push for the tier 1 tower middle. Roshan is not up just yet, so we can't even siege for the big man. Better thing to do, let's retreat. Potentially we can even reclaim our outpost if we can find this positioning in time. But the main thing is to at least allow us to move around without having to... we'll hold that thought for a second because he has a fight. Nice duel. They find Mac, but he still did get off the BKB. Look at the damage. They throw back the Laguna, play Finger of Death, but there can be no Laguna because they've already killed the Lina. In the meantime, Chuan takes out CML. Raven with the right click damage is down onto Tino. They get the kill onto the Monkey King. They follow that up by taking out Shanks as well. And with 4 heroes dead, Fnatic, that's the fight they wanted. Medusa. Does she have Chrysalis? Yeah, she does. was about to say, where did that damage come from? But she's got Skadi, SNY, Elon's Chrysalis. Holding into a Blink Dagger of all things, just to make sure she can activate Stone Gaze and then blink into the middle of the fray. Fnatic right now, after losing a fight like that. I don't know if Death got dual damage out of it. It doesn't seem so. Nonetheless, though, they get everything they want afterwards. Raven has Aegis, Cold-Blooded. Keys given towards, I believe, the Puck. Or is it going to be LC? Okay, probably better LC keeps it. Because Puck has Aeon Disc already. Doesn't necessarily require the additional layer of protection. However, the Puck can certainly make use of this. Or the LC can make use of this in a way. My mic volume too low. Alright, right. This happens every other time where someone complains about mic volume. Alright, I pushed that up by a couple decibels. Let me know if you think it's going to be acceptable here. This is the reaction. Ice Gremlin. Ice Gremlin seems to disagree. Says it was fine. Guess no one can agree. No one knows what they want, huh? No. Well, you let me know if you think it's too loud now, Ice Gremlin. Raven. As he's pushing out the bottom lane, Chuan is finding some revenge for Shanks up top. And this might lead to a death onto Chuan. Do they have the additional disable here? LSA from Mac, will it find itself in time? No, it will not. Blink away. Gonna be good for the money. Chuan is fine. Chuan's gone. At the same time, Fnatic, the rest of the team, took down the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. And now, here they are potentially pushing onto the high ground. And I really feel like Omega, they had such a strong window, but they just could not find the fight they were looking for. And now, BKB activated by Tino, almost like he wanted to jump in for the fight, but Fnatic, they disengaged so well. And now, there's no BKB on this Monkey King. Without BKB, it's very difficult to imagine you actually going back and finding a way to engage this fight. Tier 3 tower is taken. Raven, despite not having a siege wagon nearby, still feels very comfortable just pushing onto this melee Rax. Should fall shortly. Raven gets it. There we go. With Rax getting taken out, they have now managed, at least for now, for the side of Fnatic to really put themselves far ahead. Like, the position that they find themselves in the game right now is kind of incredible. Not only are they in a situation or under context where from here on out the Medusa is going to be the strongest hero every single fight, no matter what. We're also past the point where this Monkey King actually feels very threatening to the team of Fnatic. Right now, I mean, consider, right? We've got a Pipe of Insight, Cheese for the LC, Ice Blast is still available, Aeon Disc, Dagon for this Puck right here. And Hookshot was on, thrown towards the bottom side of the map. They found a catch onto CML, and Jabs make sure that there is no Lion. Chuan is the one that gets that kill, but Jabs is the one that found the initiation. Lion does have buyback. Will definitely be forced to use it, lest you want to watch your lane of barracks get taken away. Tier 3 tower getting sieged. It's gonna fall. And what will they be able to do? Moonlight Shadow now activated. Lion really doesn't want to have to buy back. 15 seconds until back on the field properly. Now forced into a buyback. Very shit situation to buy back like now. Jabs will end up getting popped by the Boundless Strike. You know, can he set up for more with the team? Raven will not actually get connected with the Earth Spike. That's not great. Still though, Chuan will get Boundless struck. There's going to be an Aeon Disc though. It keeps the puck alive. Winning Rift turnaround directly onto the axe, and Death jumps in with the duel. Raven hits him once and he evaporates. Gonna be a quick kill into a buyback. Sam H, can he do something here? CML dies back with just sheer right clicks from Raven. Now the jump in from Sam H. They at least find the one kill onto Death, who buys back with immediate effect. Wants to return to the fight. Two heroes caught at the Dream Coil by Chuan. Tino pops BKB, able to run down DJ at the very least, but his own BKB will finish eventually. Raven now feeling very strong to just sit here with right clicks. Try to force back the Monkey King. As soon as the BKB expires, the Dagon head emerges from the puck. No Tino. There is buyback on the Monkey King, but you would hate to have to use it at this stage. Tier 3 has gone towards the mid lane. Raven taking out the melee racks as well. Sam H does find the one core, but Jabs interrupts the follow-up with a wonderful hookshot. We spoke about that in the drop. We finally get to see it. Now Death jumps back onto Mac. Couple of right clicks later, there is no Mac. Tino bought back, but he understands that he's about to lose his life. Would just love to be able to kill Raven before croaking, but it's not going to happen. Fnatic keep Raven alive, kill everybody on Omega, and GG is called. Woo! I must say, admittedly, that I am not. How do I phrase this? I think Omega could have won that game. I feel like they lost that game just as much as the side of Fnatic were able to win it. Fnatic looked a lot better at the later and tail end portion of the game than they did prior. I mean, look at this game, right? Gold was going in the direction of Omega. Things were looking good. They found some decent timings on their items, but they just never found the fight they wanted to. The fact that they had all these heroes, but they struggled so much to deal with this Medusa. In fact, she died 0 times in this game. Kind of a problem, right? You're imagining that you have this kind of draft to allow you to kill the Medusa early on. You're not buying Diffusal Blade just to kill the puck. You want to buy Diffusal Blade so you're a threat against the Medusa. But Fnatic, I must say, Fnatic did a really good job of breaking up these fights. I mean, we literally just speak about it before the game started, that they can get in front of the Medusa or in front of the puck with the clockwork, can put LC's body on the line, do a lot of different things to try and make sure Raven stays alive, stays farming. Not only do they do that, but they sort of put Omega off kilter in the game. The early game looked so good for them, but because the early game looked so good, they also realized that the items they'd purchased, in particular on the Monkey King, required them to fight now. Be active now, do stuff now. If you're not able to find those places on the map to be active, you're gonna start falling behind on farm versus the Medusa. And the Fnatic lineup just played really well. Must say that Death also really impressed me in this game. Was on point to the press the attacks, but almost always able to find the correct dual target in these engagements. Didn't get that much damage, but doesn't matter. It's about that hard disable of the initial duel. And also, I love that they bought 4 shards. My god, wow, okay. Fnatic. If they play like this for game 2, I think it's an easy 2-0 here against Omega. Omega, though, need to do something different. Need to pick it up. Won't say that the early game went badly. The strategy was fine. It's just that they lacked the same degree of quality that Fnatic had to allow them to execute past that early mid-game points in the game. They can sort of figure that out and rein that in somewhat, find a way to be more cohesive as a team when they find themselves in these strong dominant positions, so you can use that dominance to get the tools necessary to actually win the game. So game 1 in the books. Fnatic ahead, and Fnatic looking to put this to bed 2-0. Will they be able to, or will it continue the day's trend of 2-1 games happening all across the board? We'll find out together. So make sure that you don't go anywhere. Stick around. If it's your first time here, please make sure that you're following the channel. If you are been following and you're enjoying yourself, come say hi in chat. Hang out with us. Ball out with the homies. But crucially, stretch your legs. Stand up, get some water, walk around the house a little bit. And of course, if you decide while walking around that, hey, that Snake guy is kind of cool, maybe I want to support him a bit more, you can decide to become a patron on Patreon, subscribe here on Twitch, or make a one-time donation through PayPal. Put your name here. Put your name here. Be that person. Anyway, game 1 in the books, game 2 coming soon. Don't go anywhere, because when we return, the continuation of the game, and we'll see whether or not it's going to be Fnatic continuing dominance or Omega flipping the script. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action.
Did you know that love is all around you?
Allow me to demonstrate the skill of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting as we continue TI qualifiers. Gotta love TI, gotta love it. And we do have ourselves now yet another game between, so I'm just moving my camera a little bit, there we go. Have ourselves another game between Fnatic and Omega. Game one, not the best game from Omega, but I also think that we all were talking about the draft, and the last pick, Monkey King, didn't really feel like it worked out, especially considering the pace of the game required to play at to make this work. So now they're gonna try to go with the DK. Actually interesting that AA is not picked up at all. Timbersaw, of course, needs to be banned out by the side of Omega. Definitely, I think, not only one of the most contested heroes in the meta right now, but one of these heroes that has always been a C special. So get rid of it. Make sure you don't have to play against that or the Enchantress. Fnatic, of course, will now then go for the Viper, as well as the Broodmother for themselves. Ban those heroes out. Get Phoenix Axe. Okay. I'm wondering, is this a safe lane axe for Fnatic? Something we've definitely seen coming out of China. We started seeing it a little bit in I-League. I think the first team we saw do it was Vici, if I remember correctly. And then it was perfected come the major by PSG LGD. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to be ran here again for Fnatic. We did see safe lane axe earlier today in the sequels, and it's been losing every single game, which is a bit of a problem, a little bit of some difficulty presented there. However, I do think that probably just put it in the off lane. You also have Raven in the team, right? If I'm thinking of Raven type of heroes, I'm thinking Gyrocopters, Medusas, Drow Rangers, Spectres. I'm not thinking these super active carries like Axe. Hell, even if you want to play an active carry, you want to give him something he can farm with. Give him Lifestealer. Give him Juggernaut. These kind of heroes, if you want to play aggressively early, it's acceptable, but you still have that additional option to hyper farm for the late game. Mega. They have this Lina Lion. So we saw this duo in the previous game. There were a couple of occasions where I was like, oh, this is really nice. But burst damage is not in the be-all end-all by itself. I think in this game they're going to be heavily reliant on this Dragon Knight because unlike in the previous game, they don't have an easy source of initiation. Need to get the Blink Dagger on DK. Potentially DK would have to share some farm space with Lion so he gets a blink as well. Fnatic. They got the Leshrac here to open up phase 2. Where is the Lesh going? It's most likely the Chuan Lesh. I'd be very surprised if this Leshrac gets played in a different role. Still leaves options for this Axe to go into the safe lane or to come back into the off lane. I imagine that one of the reasons why everybody's picking the safe lane Axe, above and beyond simply LGD looking so good with it at the major, is that we already started seeing, like I said, this hero being picked up in China. These C teams scrim a lot with the Chinese teams. And I imagine right now, especially in the run-up to TI, you need to be as brushed up as humanly possible on the styles of play that look quite dominant right now. Even if you know a patch is going to be coming, it would behoove you to learn how to use this Axe in a positive position like this. From a lot of the games that we saw with LGD playing the safe lane Axe, the entire team had some absurd tempo to run off of. So this could be the case here for Fnatic. Axe, Lesh, Winter Wyvern, Phoenix. Very, very much go kind of draft. I'm a bit worried about the support duo. I'm not really a fan personally of Phoenix, Winter Wyvern. There's no easy disable. They do have some heals, but it feels like a little bit too much commitment for the heals onto Leshrac. Now with Omega getting themselves Storm Spirit, I actually really like the Storm here. If he's not caught by the Axe, he pretty much has free reign in the entirety of the fight. Orchid can be incredible in this game, but crucially, once he buys BKB, they actually can't kill him. Look at this lineup right now from Fnatic. They have Axe, Leshrac, Winter Wyvern. Once you have BKB for DK, BKB for Storm Spirit, it becomes so difficult to actually bring you down past that point. And you allow yourself, especially if you buy Orchid, you can get to the back of the fight, eliminate this Phoenix before she becomes a problem. The same applies for this Winter Wyvern as well. Either of these heroes can die early on enough in the fight that they don't pose a major issue for the rest of Omega. A little bit surprised that Fnatic went for Wyvern instead of Ancient Apparition, but I guess you want Cold Embrace for Leshrac and Sunray for Leshrac. Either or could also be very useful on the Axe. And of course you get access to Winter's Curse. Oh, and predictions are open, by the way. Predictions and bets are open. Make some predictions, make some bets. I forgot to open them last game. I asked for forgiveness, my bad. Yeah, June, in this game, how DJ and Jabs play on their team, it's just pretty much game and moment dependent, where they're like, okay, at this stage of the game, who needs what? DJ is the one that's more likely to go and just make sure that the team has the vision, and Jabs will try to run forward, but it also depends on their heroes. I don't know. Yo, Baroda, I have a lot of trust in Carriax. Like, remember before the major, I was raving about this hero, being like, yo, every game should have Carriax. These Chinese teams look so amazing with it. I am definitely on board with Carriax, but I'm not on board with the support duo. The speed of the game from Fnatic might be a little bit iffy in the event that this Axe does go safe lane. Especially with these two supports. Mega. Ban out some signature Raven heroes, taking out his PL, taking out a Spectre. Could potentially see the Raven Terrorblade. Could play that, you could play Who? What else? Lifestealer? Potentially? Jireen, I'm not sure that the Eastern European teams are that good. Honestly, I'll be honest and say the only good matches that we saw from Eastern Europe were Hellraisers versus Team Spirit Game 1, like matchup 1 in the winner's bracket. Hellraisers versus Empire, I think it was Game 2 or something. One of those games was a decent game. And then the final. Most of Eastern Europe wasn't good, didn't look good. Yeah, but Baroda, the key thing about why all the carry axes lose is that it's been a while since we've seen the only teams that have demonstrated how to make it work play it. Like only 3 teams, right, in the entire world that we've actually seen use carry axe and work. I'm not gonna count Asta because that game they won was a weird one. It was like 2 or 3 days before the end of I-League. But it's Vici and PSG LGD, and they look crazy good when they had this axe in the safe lane. Oh, by the way, I thought it was gonna be Lifestealer for Raven. I think they were trying to protect the Lifestealer for Raven with banning out the Medusa and the Ricky. However, Omega managed to snipe out the Lifestealer pick. That's why Fnatic is burning through so much of this reserve time. They definitely wanted Lifestealer. Now they have to sort of switch that up. What do we do? Because we have to play an active hero. We can't play like a major farmer here. And yeah, safe lane axe. It has to be an active hero. Looking at the rest of their draft, if they picked a slow hero into DK, Lina, Lion, Storm Spirit, Lifestealer, they would lose. So they're gonna take a risk here, bringing out the Slaughter for death. This does reposition the axe into the safe lane. I would have been much happier with the safe lane axe if he had, say, if DJ was playing Lion instead of Phoenix. This would be a brilliant draft from Fnatic. But with these 2 heroes as support, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I feel like they have a lot of protection for this axe, so they should be able to ensure that he has a game, but it feels like they have enough protection for one of these heroes, for Axe or Leshrac, but not enough to play aggressively when these heroes start to come online. So I feel like Fnatic are going to have damage problems this game. Where's the damage? Where's the damage? Where's the damage? Has to come from death, yeah. This Slaughter cannot afford to have a bad game. To be fair, he does at least get a good laning phase versus the Lifestealer. But, oof, this is... I favor Omega's draft. I really like their draft here. I feel like it's very straightforward. We've seen why DK is often the hero that's picked into the off lane, so Sam H is going to do a good job. And Fnatic have a hard job with these supports to back up the carry axe. Their game is really hard. Omega's game seems really simple. Let's see which game is going to be successful. Game 2. It's the qualifiers. Let's go. Let's go. Oh Lord, yes. Navi were the best games. God, I'm so happy they lost. Jeez, that was so good.
I love this part.
By the way, let me just give you a little bit of gas, a little bit of knowledge in the background. So I'm gonna be producing some videos for, I'm not gonna say for who, I'm not gonna say when they're releasing, but I'm producing some videos for the run up to TI. Fortunately, I'm not gonna make prediction videos like I did last time and embarrass myself. Well, the wildcard one was pretty amazing, but I'm gonna do an entire segment on their whole Navi story. It's gonna be quite fun. I'm looking forward to that. Did see a big smoke move from Omega. Not sure if they actually popped the smoke for this though. They might have just ran up normally. Either way, the nature of this move doesn't really get them anything on the map, unfortunately. It is what it is. The way things are stacked up right now for Fnatic, things, I will say that I do not think that they'll win, but it's possible if Death is able to accelerate their timing from the offlane. First while for Omega, Lifestealer should just be able to farm normally in this game, and at some point the Storm Spirit will have a good lane versus this Leshrac. So when he starts moving up and down the map, there's a lot of chaos that can be present from Mac. It's not Slacks I'm working with. No, it's not Slacks I'm working with. I guarantee you won't be able to bet, but I'll let y'all know when the content goes up. So mid lane, Mac not playing on the Lina this time around, playing something a lot more active on the Storm Spirit. Activity is going to be the name of the game for the Storm, but for the entirety of Fnatic, they need to internalize that mantra. Play active, play quickly, play early. Death is going to have a pretty good lane here in the top lane. It sucks to play Lifestealer into Slaughter. So, question will be, what will be the build here from the Slaughter? Early Hood of Defiance already queued up. He's playing into Lina, Lion, Storm Spirit. Makes a lot of sense. But we already know what a lot of these heroes are going to be building, right? Raven's going to want the Blink, the Manta style, as well as the Aghanim Shard. No, for a fact. Okay, just a quick drop. Drop. Haha. Give your slacks on right now, lol. So while we have our polls right now, we can sort of talk about the gauntlet, right? How many teams are looking really good at this particular juncture? We saw TNC going through earlier, getting one over on SMG, another team that I really hope gets knocked out tomorrow. I do not want to see SMG succeed. TNC honestly didn't look that great in that matchup. Coming into this, I would have said TNC was my absolute favorite, but they did not look really that hot. They look quite shaky, in fact. The next matchup, Boomer and Execration, both teams looked very, very shaky in their outings. Game 1, Omega seemed quite shaky. Even though Fnatic won the game, it wasn't the most convincing victory from them. It was one of those tactical victories that you sort of recover throughout the game. Didn't seem hyper dominant from the onset, which is a bit concerning considering that they also had a little bit of a better draft, but their draft is also geared towards later portions of the game. Either way, Fnatic will have witnessed all the games before them and think to themselves, we actually have a pretty decent shot. Psychologically, it's not clear whether or not that'll make things easier or harder for them. For some teams, it makes it harder, because now you're like, oh god, suddenly we're the ones that have the target on us. For other teams, it makes it a lot easier. Ice Gremlin, that is a good prediction. MTG, in my opinion, coming into this, my power rankings were TNC at the top, MTG right behind them, then we got Fnatic, then we got Neon. See how MTG performs later on in the day. Right now, Fnatic performing quite adequately here in the top lane, looking very good against Dino, who might actually end up losing his life here. If they didn't end up putting out the Hex on Slaughter, Death would have been able to run down this Lifestealer. Had the bash hit queued up already. So good stuff there from this Lifestealer getting away, but does mean that Death is having a fantastic time in the top lane. The thing is, in the previous game, we did see that they made a point of it to utilize jabs to go stack up several camps. Hold that thought. DJ might die in the mid lane. Is this gonna be DJ killing Mac? Oh my god, yes it is. DJ. What a player. What a player. Has an observer ward down to boot in that area of the map. And that is so huge. You lose your Storm Spirit middle, who was actually having a fairly decent lane versus this Leshrac. Phoenix kills him, right? While that's happening, top lane is getting dumpstered by this Slaughter. Your Lifestealer is not getting much out of this lane. And to make matters worse, it's not like your bottom lane Sam H is zoning out the Axe. You win the CS battle versus the Axe, but can't really stop Axe from farming. This game looks so good for now. Rick won't be able to kill Tino, but will zone him away from the lane. Can't really participate in the last hit contest here, so we'll have a lot of these creeps denied away from him. 13 denies. What a player. Also, this is really frustrating down bottom for the entire lane for both Shanks and Sam H. They know for a fact that no matter what they do to Raven, they'll never actually damage him. Like, all of this damage they've done to him is literally academic. In the same way that they're not really going to bother trying to jump onto Sam H, because they know that killing him with their heroes right now is impossible. Omega don't seem to have copped that same memo about this axe. They'll salve up though, back up to full HP. With how things have been going in the top lane, they have the confidence to leave Death every other wave. Allow him to just be the one that's here farming by himself. A lot more experience goes towards the slaughter like this. Now CML might be in danger here, but slaughter not interested in making his way over. Death. Primary focus at present is getting his own farm. Getting closer towards having boots, having the blink dagger. And any and all tools required to win out the game. They're laning. They're playing so well right now on the side of Fnatic. Looks like the Storm Spirit has had to go home a little bit, run out of mana. He is the one that's had the best time of the lanes. Despite even being the early first blood, still is the one that is sitting on the top of the net worth charts. Has the most CS in the game. Is level 6, almost level 7 at this point. Oh, top lane. They find Death. Mac makes a big rotation here. Able to help bring down Death. It's a shared bounty, so nobody gets the full bonus of that kill. Still, hashtag worth. Great movement there from the side of Mac. Storm Spirit injects himself into the game at long last. That's a pretty good move to come in there. You would normally expect that the Storm might try to move bottom, find a way to bring down this axe, but goes for the easier kill rather, and to make sure that this Lifestealer has a way to get back in terms of his own farm in the game. Some assist gold, some farm time. Definitely the right place to go for the Storm Spirit. Now we see Fnatic though, stacking up these camps, these ancients, so that it can be taken out by this axe. Raven at present only has the Vanguard, doesn't need much more than that for now. Damage. Pop the dragon form. Look at this harass. Look how much damage Raven has taken. He's like, okay, buddy. Sure, bro. Alright, man. You wanna chase me? Cool. You do you. That was kind of funny. Still, though, everything at the present moment is being kept very, very close. Not much movement in terms of farm. Mid lane. Covered a lot by the Leshrac. A lot of the gold that they would have been finding for Omega from Mac. Not really allowing him to pull away from this Lesh at present. Still though, I think the big thing for Omega is finding a way to use their timings. Their timing on this DK form, pushing whenever it's available. Their timing on Mac, getting as many items on him as soon as you can. Oh, that's nice. Picked up a young arcane ring. That's enjoyable. And it gets a faded brooch for the team. Good times. I think right now, Fnatic. The thing with these axe lineups, right? Whenever you get the safe lane axe, you don't want to burst onto the map too soon. You actually have a lot of time. The mid game for you lasts a really long time with this lineup, and starts a little bit later than it would otherwise. So don't have to play with any kind of urgency. Just finish these ancients. Axe almost has the full Yasha available. Of course, since he's playing this from the safe lane, there's a 0% chance we see Blink Dagger anytime soon. They are gonna move middle to potentially mount a defense here. They're on tower. They do not want to lose it too soon. Keep this up for as long as possible, but now that they've made those TPs, they also know that Tino will not be able to get support in the top lane. Gives them a little bit more impetus to push into this lane, force Tino into the jungle, Potentially try and secure the tier 1 tower. Mac, him and CML are smoked up. Can find a zip and a grab. Might be able to get a kill here. Finger of Death is at the ready. Just don't have any clear vision at present. They finally catch a little bit of it onto Chuan's Leshrac. Not the easiest kill to pull off in the world, but Lina's also nearby with Laguna Blade. However, Radiant Scan. Oh, look at that game sense from Fnatic. They don't even have a ward towards the eastern part of the map. Chuan just understood that, yeah, I haven't seen the Storm in a while. I haven't seen Lion in a while. They're probably setting up to try and bring me down, and he was exactly correct on the money. And he lives because of it. Had he just run forward to try and farm as normal, be dead right now. This is not only a great kill, hold that thought, we'll talk about it in a second. Dragon Tail bottom, DJ will get zipped on and Mac will be able to kill him. Alright, good stuff for Omega, but I was going to say that the jump middle, the fact that the Leshrac survives, isn't only just good for the team because, oh well, we keep Leshrac alive, good times. It's also a lot of time that Storm is spending not farming, trying to pick up a kill. It's a lot of time spent not trying to pressure death. It's a lot of time spent with the axe doing fully whatever the hell he wants at this stage of the game. Do you see now Mac jumps up? Ooh, they get Chuan. Tino, definitely gonna end up dying here. Oh, helping to get this kill. Sorry, not end up dying. Chuan is the one that dies. Mid lane, Hex out onto Raven. He's in a little bit of danger here. Dragon Tail stun will be there after the Laguna. Cold Embrace keeping Raven alive. Now back up to half HP. LSA does come down. There's going to be an Earth Spike. They've got so much disable, but he's still alive. Finally, Finger of Death comes out, and they do get the kill. They find a Supernova follow-up after the Winter's Curse to ensure that they kill the Lion. Supernova, though, does get popped. Omega will not let it happen, and Death showed up to the fight to try and help out, but he might have just showed up to his own funeral. Gets taken out. Omega get the kill. 3-1 is going to be the score here. Actually, lost 4 heroes here. Oh, they lost Lesh in the top lane, to be fair. Yeah, so it doesn't really count. Fnatic, though, they go in for that fight. Axe, what was very strange, right, is that they expended quite a lot of spells on Axe. So that's probably why Fnatic felt they could go for it. They're like, well, they've already used Laguna. We see that they've Earth Spiked. Let's try for this. Let's try keep them alive and then turn the fight. Winter's Curse gets dropped. Supernova gets dropped. But that's part of the problem with these two spells. If you don't drop them perfectly together, there's always the risk that afterwards Supernova is easy to destroy. Just sets you up to get brought down faster. Omega, not only do they claim the fight, they took the tier 1 tower from that. I are now picked up by Mac. Tino also just wants the old school Armlet SNY. Not old school anymore, it's just the current build flow. Smoke up will be here from the side of Omega. They'll be able to ensnare in this trap. Really have the greatest vision on the map right now. Obviously scout some heroes. Oh, they get a Dragon Tail start out onto Death. Death now in a little bit of danger. They zap up and down. Do they have the damage to kill him? They do not. Cold Embrace keeps him up. CML did find the Hex out onto the DJ Phoenix. We'll actually have a Supernova coming out. This is also going to be in tandem with the Winter's Curse. LSA will try to connect from Shanks to create some space. And it creates enough space at the very least for the Storm to be able to zip away. CML found a very nice Earth Spike to make sure they can't lock down the Storm Spirit. I'm fine with this if I'm Lion. You committed 2 ultimates to kill just little old me? Okay, sure. The entire time, nobody else on the team is being threatened. Omega with the gold lead right now of 2k. Everybody else starting to farm more and more on these cores. Deep zip coming in from the Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit, no! Mac, is he gonna die from this? He's still alive. Gets away onto the high ground. Almost died there. Death. Finding the stun from the Bash of the Deep. Terrifying. Fast bomb. Chuan gonna be the target. Why would you walk that way, Chuan? What is happening? Mate! Mate. Very interesting direction there from the Leshrac. Ends up dying. Death now also in an interesting predicament. Cold Embrace kept him in position, but unfortunately, they'll just double zap him as soon as the Cold Embrace will end. The Guna Blade, Finger of Death, no way to survive that. Omega. Omega. 3k gold lead now for them. Fnatic. Feels like they've been rushing forward too much. Simultaneously rushing forward too much. Not bringing the entire team to a team fight with and just trying to go for like some of these smaller skirmishes. Part of the issue is that we still haven't seen an involvement from the Axe in a real comprehensive way just yet. Do see a nice zip coming in. Mac gets the grab onto Jabs. Jabs is gone. Bye-bye, Jabs. Mac is starting to get to that point. Once the Sanjay Kai has finished. Y'all, I am terrified about BKB. What do they do against BKB? What can they do against BKB? You know, just keep farming. They're in the jungle. Got so much initiation. Zip from Storm. They'll eventually get a Blink Dagger for the Lion. Obviously, the Infest Bombs can follow that up as well. Erstwhile Fnatic still don't have a Blink Dagger on either the Slardon nor the Axe. So they're really struggling to find initiation. Literally, their initiation spell has been Winter's Curse. And that just won't cut it. In a situation where you're playing against a team that has this much mobility on the side of Omega. Fnatic right now will not be able to come down bottom and defend this tier 2 tower. Sam H will pop the dragon form. Take out the structure. I do not think that Fnatic will be able to come back and deal with this and defend it. So I don't even think they're going to be able to get their own in time from the side of Fnatic. So there's going to be an outpost then gained for Omega without one being lost in the opposite direction. This is such a great part of the game for them. After that defense, Omega weren't able to find a target just yet, but 4k gold lead. Might be able to start thinking about Roshan sometime soon. That's armor corruption that they really lack at this point. This is not good for Fnatic. This game is slowing down again, but unlike in the previous one where they were completely comfortable with the slow down game, remember we were talking about it earlier on. What is required to make this carry axe work? One of the things is not just doubling down on the heals onto this hero. You need heroes that allow you to play at a pace. Replace this Phoenix with a Lion. We have a different game, but neither of these supports can do anything. Without Blink Daggers, neither of these cores can do anything. So as a result, Fnatic is literally just sitting here. Finally, Death Summer has access to a Blink Dagger. Comes back to the team. Will they be able to do something with this? They've bought a smoke. They pop it. They're a little bit ahead of Death right now. They're coming to close the gap. Tier 1 tower will end up falling. Mac comes the way. Death realizes that there's no real option for him to jump in. Part of the problem, right, is that Omega have a Blink Dagger on DK. Zip away on the Storm Spirit. Obviously, rage into Infest from this Lifestealer. The common thread here is that as soon as they are beyond a certain range, even if the Slaughter could jump them, there would not be any follow-up from the side of Fnatic soon enough to affect them before they got off their defensive spell. Make matters worse, Sam H is going for a BKB and is only shy of a recipe to complete the item at this point. Right now, death. Hey! First usage of the blink dagger. Oh, followed up by another blink. Okay, Raven has blink now. Alright, this can change the game. But it'll only change the game if Fnatic actually decide to play around these blinks. What we often see happen is the team will pick up the necessary items to win out the game, but not play the appropriate style. Over the next like 5 minutes, right, before the second BKB arrives, because they only have the one on the DK. They won't have one on the Storm Spirit yet. He's still going for the Orchid. And looks like there's no Deso coming from this Lifestealer. Not even a full SNY. He's just going to go straight for the Skadi. So before Skadi arrives, before Orchid plus BKB is available on Storm, as Fnatic, this is your go time. Your two supports have high cooldowns, but everybody else doesn't. And yeah, you gotta keep going. Don't stop. Ever. Don't stop till you get enough. Yep. Who's he gonna find here? They come across Sam H. Will they be able to lock him down long enough to kill him? Raven's also in the area. Find the core. There's gonna be the supernova. Tino tries to get rid of it with Shanks, and they are able to do so. Winter's Curse coming a little bit too soon there. With no Phoenix supernova, now they want to turn the fight. Omega jumping in. They want to try and find Jabs. At the same time, they've already lost access to their DK. Jabs will die here. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Death finding a beautiful crush onto Mac, but they're out of mana on the Storm Spirit too. He's gonna try and look for Death. Tino helping to close the gap. They don't have open wounds shard just yet, so nothing doing. Beautiful split earth from Chuan, leading into the 2-hero core. That will eviscerate Mac. Tino, rage, TP out. Will he get bashed? Yes, he will. Death is not going to allow him to escape. Death is like, where you going, boy? This is your hood. You live here now. Join your friends in the grave. A double kill for Raven. 3 heroes go down, and Omega, despite taking out both supports from the side of Fnatic, will lose the ensuing fight. That split earth, man. Chuan. Absolutely incredible play from the Leshrac in that situation. Omega did chase a little bit too deep, thinking that they were going to be able to bring down Death. Mac unfortunately was out of mana in that situation. Once the follow-up comes from Chuan, there's nothing anybody can do. Aegis now in the hands of Raven. These next 5 minutes, yo, they don't even have the first one. I was saying that it's scary until you get the second BKB. They're still looking for the first one. And if they don't find it on multiple heroes, because we see Storm is not going into buying BKB after the Orchid, rather opting for the Shiva's Guard in the situation. I can certainly understand the temptation, right? You're playing against Death with this Corrosive Haze. These right clicks are really annoying, you know. Jump in on Shiva's is another massive slow that you could use to your advantage, but I don't know, man. I don't know if you can survive this game without BKB. Dealing with Leshrac, dealing with Slaughter, dealing with Phoenix, Winter Wyvern. It's only really Axe that you're like, okay, fine. It is what it is. I wouldn't be able to get much out of the BKB anyway. However, if they don't have BKB, honest, I'm not even joking, right? I literally don't think the early game matters at all without these BKBs. They have the one on DK. But yo, this was game. If he doesn't buy it, dude, buy BKB. Please buy BKB. Oh my god. Imagine he doesn't buy BKB. Fnatic are not going to find themselves playing that recklessly. Double BKB is already being considered for both the Axe as well as the Slaughter. Yeah, DK has the one. They have one BKB, but they'll need two. Storm just has such a rough game without BKB. If you don't have BKB on Storm, right, you're playing one of those games where you can't actually move normally in the fight. Your only method of movement is zipping around, for fear of what happens if the enemy ever gets anything resembling a clear beat on you in the fight, which means that you're gonna use a lot of the mana provided by the Shiva's God, just being able to be mobile in the fight rather than using it to kill heroes. If you have BKB, you don't have that many issues. Then all you're really worried about is being Berserker's called, but you know, unless that's preceded by like a very big split earth, you know where the axe is, by and large, you shouldn't really be getting called that much. Fnatic. They just need to push down that bottom tier 1 tower. Raven can be the one at the forefront of this. He also just needs Recipe to have BKB. Man, their team, as much as I'm saying Omega should get BKBs, whoo, Fnatic are so good at BKBs. Raven and Death will no longer have to worry about Mac, won't have to worry about Shanks. Life just becomes a lot easier. CML does nothing in those circumstances. Hell, even Sam H. Building towards Aghanim Scepter now, but went for the big BKB early on. Won't really be able to provide much threat in the middle of the fight with raw right clicks. Tino trying to build the Scotty. Really feel like he should have finished the SNY. On Lifestealer, that additional attack speed makes so much of a difference. Feel like it's affected his farm. Now Fnatic still have a gold deficit, but they definitely do not feel behind by any stretch of the imagination. Here they are, pushing onto the tier 2 tower down bottom. Will get glyphed by Omega to try and protect it, but there's no way this stays glyphed. There's no way. There's no, or rather, sorry, there's no way they back off just because it got glyphed from Fnatic. They're gonna stick around here. Yeah, recognize this as well. Trying to smoke up. Go for this wraparound. Oh, Chuan. That's an amazing opening catch here. Chuan gets caught. Chuan is dead. No! Cold Embrace with the Phoenix. They heal him up. Raven in the meantime jumps onto Shanks and kills him. Mac is able to remove the Winter Wyvern jabs. Won't have any influence in this fight. At the same time, Raven finds CML, brings him down. There's going to be a supernova drop down right as the axe chops down Sam H. He can do nothing in this fight. CML fought back. CML died back. Omega. They went for that wraparound play. They came in thinking they could find the engagement. Fortunately, they found nothing. Savage didn't even get off his BKB. I think he probably realized the fight was lost. Didn't want to have to actually use it. Now, we see, can they kill this Phoenix? Yes, they can. Managed to take out the bird in midair. DJ, the very least for Omega, will be fed towards them. Tower gone bottom. These last like 5-6 minutes, this is sort of the epitome for me of what you should be doing once you got these double blinks. I'm really happy to have seen this from Fnatic. Consider where we were on the map before the blinks arrived. We were largely playing with Fnatic in their own jungle. We had literally 0 wards from them on the other side of the map. Omega, they were getting decent farm on all of their heroes. In fact, outstripping pretty much every hero from Fnatic with the exception of the Axe. Looks like they were poised to just slowly but surely farm things out in a good position for themselves, but Fnatic have played this moment in time perfectly. By perfectly, I mean aggressively. Never stop. Got these kind of drops? Never stop. You just gotta go, 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 go. Word is the word, lol. Oh god. Alright. If this comes to be, then the game actually ends. Dude, if Chuan can buy BKB right now, honestly, the game is still winnable for Omega only because Chuan doesn't have BKB. So he can still get bursted and die. In the last fight, for example, had Jabs and DJ not overcommitted both heals just for the Leshrac, Leshrac would definitely die. Once BKB is online, yeah. Leshrac no longer dies. Of course, Jabs has a Holy Locket in the inventory, building into the Aeon Disc. Both him and the Phoenix want access to this item. They get the double Aeon Disc. Suddenly, max life is impossible. His zips and his jumps often want to be reaching for these supports on the backline of the fight. However, if doing so pretty much only guarantees that that hero will turn on you and use a spell, such as Winter's Curse or just dive away from you, then starts to make things seem really problematic. Remember, we're not going for BKB, so it's not like you'll be able to protect yourself from these spells after the Aeon Disc dispels away the Orchid Silence. Jump in. Beautiful core Raven finds both Sam H as well as Tino. Sam H trying to run away right now. Mac gets a nice catch out onto Jab. Split Earth though from Chuan. Catches Mac, and Mac is out of mana. Mac is stuck. Mac is gonna die. Shanks did manage to take out the Supernova Egg from popping using the Fury Soul attack speed, but now everybody on Omega has to run away.
Nothing to say.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Well, that's not how that fight was supposed to go. Nigga. Remember, Mac is not just their Storm Spirit. He's not just their initiator, not just their damage dealer, not just the utility man. He's also their most farmed hero on the map. He's the one that needs to be keeping pace with everybody else from Fnatic. This Lifestealer is decidedly playing catch up at this point. Mac is the one that needs to press the envelope for his squad, but this time that he's spending dead will allow Chuan to get closer towards BKB. What does Mac actually do in this game now? If they get this BKB, right? Considering Jabs already has access to Holy Locket, gonna soon have Aeon Disc. They have Glimmer Cape on the Phoenix, who's also gonna have Aeon Disc. And they'll have the triple BKBs on the cores of Fnatic. I'm not even joking. What does Mac actually do in those circumstances? Literally nothing. And the thing is, Lifestealer won't feel comfortable anymore jumping that far forward to try and dish out damage with Rage, because if nobody's distracting away from him, then he's the only target to get called. And Raven has an easy person to bring down. Mac, dude, buy BKB! What's happening? Jump coming in. Oh, baby. 2 hero slithering crush. Raven messed up the call a little bit, though. Looks like they overlaid the stun somewhat, and they both pop BKB in the process. So they're only going to be able to find the kill onto the Lion. Initiation looked very, very, very good. Sadly, they couldn't bring it home and bring down Mac in the process. But does allow them the latitude necessary to reclaim the outpost. Now they're just gonna sit around this Roshan pit. Jabs, his sole responsibility, his sole duty, scout out the Roshan. They do have an observer watch here from the side of Omega near this area of the map, so they know what could be happening. Mac! What are you doing? Okay, Mac gets away. Phoenix almost getting brought down to the other side of the fight. Will end up dying. Unfortunately, it does mean that Tino is a little bit isolated. Will be able to infest into the DK at the very last second to stay alive. Winter's Curse, though, holds him in position. Do they want to try and lead in for a follow-up fight? Doesn't seem so. For once, Fnatic throwing out a spell only defensively. They will back off. Dude, Mac, what was that? That jump. Find a quick pick off onto the Phoenix though. So it ends up, I guess, being worth it. But he honestly should be dead right now. Fnatic just didn't expect him to be jumping that recklessly. If they were ready a second beforehand, if they caught a sliver of vision during the zip instead of right after it, he'd be dead right now. However, Dota's a game of margins, and this margin was favorable for the side of Omega. You know? Show himself in lane. They have some heroes here behind the axe. Don't think they have enough burst though to go for this, so they'll probably just want to secure the area. Wait the Roche. Phoenix now has Aeon Disc, Winter Wyvern. Not that far away, still needs the recipe as well. Although things are not looking all too terrible for Omega, right? Sam H has access to the Aghanim Scepter, so the Black Dragon is online. Tino is still gonna get there in terms of having useful farm. This AC is gonna make a difference, will help out. Mac still not getting BKB, so not buying anything useful yet. Gets called now middle. They follow that up with the Slithering Crush. Do they have the damage to kill him? Of course they do. No Mac available with no buyback either. Tino trying to get away with the Rage. Running up the hill. Will be able to do so. Bought space by the CML Earth Spike. Raven now looking for Sam H. Do they have the vision? Oh, the Slithering Crush actually connects onto the Black Dragon, but they don't have adequate vision of him. Until Sam H blinks back. Okay, Storm Spirit buys back, tries to zip in, looking for DJ. Glimmer Cape will be there to make sure that DJ not going to be in a bad situation. Cold Embrace, keeping Jabs alive, but now there's going to be a huge Winter's Curse coming out as Jabs gets kept alive. Call coming in from Raven. Mac is gone. CML tried to make more space, but this time could not make enough. Supernova will pop from DJ inside the Roshan pit. We see CML getting ran down by Chuan as well. Will buy back instantly. Cold Embrace keeping Jabs alive here on the high ground. Laguna Blade is also committed by Shanks. And they need to get out of here. DML did buy back. They throw in a spell of the Earth Spike, Hex, and the Finger of Death variety atop the Jabs Wyvern. And that's enough to get the kill. But that did require double buybacks and a dieback from Omega. Hashtag worth for Fnatic. Just wait, reset, and then you can go back into the Roshan pit. The one bright spot for Omega is that this was the first usage of the BKB from Leshrac, so now we are down to 8 seconds. Eventually, he'll be joining Death with 6 seconds with Raven. But now, just gonna go very easily into the Roshan pit. What can stop this? Absolutely nothing from Omega if Mac is dead. And they're gonna get the Aegis, the cheese. Pick up a shard as well. Who got the shard? Let's see. Okay, give a slot to Sharder. Right. Alright. Mac wasted a lot of things, Shireen. Mac wasted a lot of things. Dude! You're going to spend 4,000 gold. Buy BKB! Oh my god. Mac just insistent that he will not buy the one item which would actually help him in this game. You saw him have a queued up full Bloodthorn earlier. Now he's queuing the Aghanim Scepter. Despite the fact that if he simply had BKB in the last fight, he doesn't die. I don't know what's happening, honestly. Mega. Really playing up against it right now. 7k gold lead in favor of Fnatic. With the dieback as well previously on the Storm Spirit, it actually demotes his gold to behind that of the Slaughter. Also, to really rub salt into this wound, Storm Spirit prior was angling towards a Bloodthorn. Axe has one. Axe has a full Bloodthorn. Axe has Bloodthorn. Okay. How do you actually play the game now as Storm Spirit? Because remember, you don't have BKB. Tino has Rage. Sam H has BKB. You don't have BKB. So if you get caught, you're just gonna die. Although even if you did have BKB, it becomes complicated now because Death has just gone ahead and picked up a full Nullifier. It's a very interesting build here from the Slaughter. He went Blink, Hood of Defiance, BKB, or Hood of Defiance, Blink, BKB into Nullifier. Doesn't need like an Aghanim Scepter for the pool or an AC or something like that. He knows that just with a shard, merely being in the fight will give his team enough of an armor advantage. That at this point, the important thing is just making sure that the heroes they jump on reliably die. And the only way these heroes survive is with BKB, so get the one counter in the game. Feel good about this now. Also, what is it about Axes being able to find free ninja gear whenever they're farming the jungle? He's going to keep the Elven Tunic, but man, ninja gear is good on Axe. Generally, though, when I do see it being picked up, it is the offlane Axe. that prefers to have it in their actual inventory. Carriax doesn't have as much need for it. Fnatic. Such a commanding position right now. 3 lanes. All the tier 2 towers have been cleared out. They control the outpost. They still have this Aegis for another 2 minutes almost. All that's left is to figure out exactly how they go up the hill. Exactly how they open up the map. They'll decide to play things calmly though. Oh, top. This might be an initiation death. You might not know where Mac is, but they know he's in the area. Oh no, Mac got caught. Mac got caught. He's not going to get caught though. Can he get out to safety? Raven will not be able to catch up to him in time. Much closer for Mac. The thing is as well, what's great about this Aghanim shot is that it actually encourages these sort of blind usages of the Slithering Crush. That way you get some free vision if somebody's caught by it. And right now, free vision is going to come onto this life stealer who stuck around fighting a little bit too long. Gets brought down as a result. Instead of trying to retreat immediately, they get caught, they get brought down. Axe now will need an Earth Spike from CML, but the path to the high ground is open. They get the jump onto Sam 8. BKB will need to be popped to avoid getting caught with the split Earth, but Raven doesn't care about that. BKB still finds the call. No follow-up damage just yet, as we find an LSA actually onto Tron. Tron's in trouble. The Leshrac is going to end up getting brought down. No opportunity to use cheese. Buyback from this Lifestealer. Winter's Curse will buy some space for the Death Slaughter, but not enough to get him completely out of the base. He'll end up taking a tumble. They lost the Aegis. Axe. Can he escape away from this fight right now? He's fighting on the outskirts of the base. They're pulling him back towards it. He has no assistance. He has no help. The Supernova tried to save him. But DJ, as the egg pops, will only find enough strength to save himself. Signs of life from Omega. Does require a buyback from the Lifestealer. But a buyback that you will expend any day of the week because it keeps the lane of Rax alive. Overexcitement from Raven though. Winds up in a really bad fight from the side of Fnatic. As a result, Omega can now immediately press back. Look to take this tier 2 tower. Double siege wagons pushing with this. This is absolutely crazy. They're taking the outpost as well whilst they're doing this. And also looking for Tino to potentially force a buyback. They know that once Slaughter comes back online, they probably have to retreat anyway. But they get a glyph out of it for now. Tino? Mate? Mate? Tino? Tino? Mate? Back? Tino? Okay. Signs of life here from Omega. They've reset the gold advantage back in their favor. Was coming up on 10k for Fnatic. Not exactly looking like that right now. And experience also swung back in favor for Omega. Has it swung enough for the Storm Spirit to buy BKB? Evidently not. Still adamant about Aghanim Scepter. But it has swung enough to give some crucial items towards Omega. Forced off on the Lion. So he has greater survivability and not just relying on the Blink Dagger in the midst of the fights. And a way to be able to reposition both enemies and allies to save their lives or to disrupt the enemies. I think also Sam Mage not dying in that fight. The longer that Sam Mage gets to stay alive and fighting in this game, the more impact he can provide by just being this massive dragon that just soaks up all the attention away from Fnatic. He's going SNY instead of Halberd. I would have preferred Halberd, but who cares? It's fine. SNY will just make him even tankier. Oh, Jireen, you're not joking. Aghanim Scepter is on from this Lina, as she also tries to get towards her own BTs for the game. You now see the Storm Ags. Alright, so we're gonna... Oh my god, it's actually happening. Oh my god. He's cute BKB. So here's the play. Here's the play. If you buy BKB 20 minutes later than your competition, then you have more BKB charges at 9 seconds. Good times, man. DJ will find himself getting jumped here on the high ground. Death able to get a very nice counter onto CML. They've already managed to bring down this Lion. They force out the usage of the Supernova. Sam H trying to destroy the egg right now, but not going to be able to do so. Winter's Curse held up Tino, and Tino's going to end up dying here. Sam H, will he be able to escape? I do not think so. Trying his best to TP in the trees. Can they get the crush onto him? They do get the split earth stun. Sam H had BKB and decided not to use it in the course of trying to mount this escape. Still though, BKB blinks away. There's still too much damage for them to kill him. Or too much HP rather, that's lying on this DK at present. Gets off the Dragon Tail stun. They're trying to chase him down though. Raven and Chuan, now that they've been able to establish that this DK has gone towards the left hand side, going west, he doesn't have a way to get home. Remember, he had to try and TP out and the TP got cancelled. So that means he's going to be spending quite a lot of time on that side of the map. Shanks, we see solo carrying the game right now, trying to keep things alive for his team, pushing out in the tier 3 tower down bottom. And Lina's no slouch when it comes to these pushes. And considering that Mac can keep up zipping up and down, he should be able to at least get a tier 3 tower out of this, and Shanks will indeed claim one. Looking potentially for a kill onto DJ. The LSA with the Laguna Blade doesn't succeed in killing DJ, and we will end up losing this Lina now as well. Shanks is gone. At the same time, of course, the Chuan Leshrak is easily able to clean up the lane of Rax. Mac jumping out of the base to potentially try and catch Chuan before they can retreat. But out of mana, Death being right nearby makes this a very bad idea, so they just tickle, say hello, but ultimately have to jump back themselves. Fnatic have been able to keep this pressure up, play very, very quickly. Some strong Dota from them. Once they got these double blinks, when the game started to change for them, they make good use of these items to bring themselves into the position they are in right now, where they're securing Roche. Aghanim Scepter picked up for free. Who got the Ags? I think the Leshrak got it, right? No, they gave it to Slaughter, right? So we now have the water with the puddle available. Lol. Dude, that one creep is actually gonna destroy the rack. Somebody has to go back and defend it. Mac, to get the jump onto Death. Cold Embrace will be there, followed up by the Winter's Curse. They're still trying to kill Jabs. Aeon Disc will keep him alive. Supernova popped on the side of the fight. Will it stun Tino? Yes, it will. Right after all the other stuns as well. They'll make sure that they get the Life Stealer down. CML will also end up being desserts in this process, getting a double kill towards the Chuan Leshrak. Is that creep still going on the racks? Dude, it's still going. They're not going to come back and defend this. I mean, this is unfortunately never going to actually succeed because the regen from the racks itself will ensure that it outpaces the damage the creep is doing. Maybe that's why Fnatic are leaving it. They're like, this is actually really hilarious, so we're going to let this one go. Mac is going to try and annoy them as much as he can with these shenanigans. But unfortunately, now that there's Siege Wagons coming in with this push, I believe the damage should be done. Despite Mac's best efforts, we'll try for one more big zip play like this. Get off the Aghanim's pull, but they pop the Glyph of Fortification from Fnatic. Keep their wave alive. Get up onto the higher ground. Get a second lane of Rax. Found a quick call onto this DK. Psych! That's what they thought. It's just an illusion. Oh yeah, I remember when Nikes was one of these just the Scourge creeps. Also, Mac, my friend. We'll talk about it in a second, as we're just gonna lose Sam H here very, very quickly. Got Corrosive Haze, didn't even have a chance to get off the BKB. And now on the high ground, tier 3 tower falls again. Mac zipping forward. Who can he find here? The Aghanim's pull onto DJ and Raven. Not gonna do all that much. CML caught out by the split earth stun. Not dead just yet. Sam H outside of the base. Doesn't have any allies on that side of the fight just yet, but they don't want to go for him first though because of all his HP. CML is the one that's gonna die thanks to Chuan and DJ's damage. DJ now getting jumped on. Winter's Curse! Trinok! Oh my god. That is so bad. Tino, need to get out of here. Need to run away as soon as you can. Chuan, taking a lot of damage. Does have the Aegis of the Immortal pop on him though. Aeon just coming back off. In a couple of seconds, it's going to be a huge slithering crush from Death. They will be able to bring down Death. Nope, no they won't. Cold Embrace saves him yet again. DJ, Supernova, Dead Pop ended up stunning Tino, and Tino in danger now. Did end up walking down Death. And he's standing strong on this Life Stealer, and Sam H and DK. They get the kill onto Chuan. Raven's going to be falling next. They already brought down the Death Slaughter. They have to flee now from Fnatic. No Winter's Curse, no more Supernova. No more ways to win that fight. Omega, they hold the high ground. Get some extremely important kills. A ton of gold into the coffers of the Storm and the DK. And Storm now pretty much on the cusp of having enough money to straight up afford picking up a BKB. Shanks also did a really good job. Honestly, real talk, Shanks has been by far the best player in my opinion for Omega in this game. Done so many little things so well.
Stupendous.
Now that he's picked up an Octarine core, they able to apply even more pressure to the opponent. And their double zap is crazy. The CML also at this point has 4 stacks of the charges on the Finger of Death, so it does that much more damage whenever he uses the spell. Mega. Tier 3 tower now in jeopardy middle. DK has his ultimate going. The Black Dragon form. This does a lot of damage to buildings. They do not want to buy back, so Fnatic will just let this lane of racks go, but will they let 2 go? They might be forced to buy back on Leshrac anyway, as they're about to lose 2 lanes. That's actually really crazy. Omega actually bring the game back to an equivalent position for themselves. Storm Spirit. Once you have BKB, I would love for them to win the game right after buying BKB just once. They're gonna smoke up from the side of Fnatic, but I do think there's observer wards inside their base that scouted this, so they should know this is coming from the side of Omega. What's scary is we are at that stage of the game where a death without buyback is pretty much it. By all the Omega heroes fled back into the base. Not trying to find themselves getting caught out by these Fnatic heroes. You know, we'll still be fairly far forward, but they know that there's no way they actually kill him. Death will pop the early BKB. And Mac decides to jump in. There's gonna be a call, a jump. Mac, no! Mac buys back. Winter's Curse, jabs, throws it out just to make sure that they have enough space behind them, and they'll actually lose CML because of this. It's 4v5. No buyback for CML for 4 minutes. No buyback for DK for 4 minutes. And now, no buyback for the Storm Spirit for another 7.5. Fnatic definitely be feeling themselves here on the cusp of getting this 2-0, but not trying to press and push into a mistake. They're gonna play very carefully. I love how Chuan is sitting with the Paladin sword, but it makes perfect sense. Getting the heal amplification and the spell lifesteal atop already having the Eternal Shroud, provided these heroes aren't inside BKB and the like, they just take so much damage, and that gives you back so much HP. Also, speaking of BKB, Mac knows it's a shit item, buys Bloodthorn instead, fam. Why would I buy BKB in this game, dude? Why would I buy BKB? Jump in. Chuan about to die here. No Aeon Disc just yet. Cold Embrace keeps him alive a little bit longer. Aeon Disc now back online. We'll be able to regen him. Raven getting the call onto Tino. Tino getting removed on the fight. Once the rage goes down, look how much magic damage actually comes out. I want to see that recap. I want y'all to see the number. Oh, actually, most of the damage came from this axe. Okay. Only 1,800 on the magic damage. Axe was the one that's putting out the spins. I think they got the corrosive haze out as well, so it made a lot of a difference. Fnatic now definitely want to force out this buyback. Leshrac on the high ground, putting in this damage. No more Aegis to throw into the fight, so they need to be very careful here. Cold Embrace. Keep him alive. Look at this. These split earths, man. From the Aghanim shot. So annoying to deal with. Juan just needs one more Diabolic Edict activation here on the high ground. And this melee Rax is most likely going to fall here. They're doing everything in their power to delay this. Chuan now finally moves forward. There's the Diabolic. Glyph will be popped. Tino pops up the buyback. Mac is able to get on several heroes inside of the Aghanim's pool. Winter's Curse though will still buy time. Raven not able to get a call just yet. Will they be able to jump back with Mac? He's silenced up by Raven. Still alive for now though. Raven trying to make sure they can protect the egg. Will the Supernova pop? Can Skanks kill it? Skanks cannot kill it. Oh no, this might be a disaster. Beautiful Earth Spike though coming in from CML, starting up several heroes, buying some time and space for Sam H, but not enough time and space. Still gets hit by the split Earth, will still end up taking a tumble. Raven though, very low on HP, Ghost Scepter pop by him, and the Sunray will not be able to heal him enough from DJ. They lose Lesh, they lose Raven, buyback will come in from the Axe. But the heals, not good enough from Fnatic, and they still haven't broken this high ground. Tino putting damage and pressure onto Jabs. Jabs knows he will not be able to escape. Will die. It's a dieback. Oh, it's not a dieback. He did a buyback. One of the few who didn't. So who bought back on this one? Axe bought back. Of course, we saw the buyback from the Lifestealer. We had buyback from the Chuan Lesh. And a dieback as well from Lesh. That is huge. We're also starting to see more and more how long Lifestealer is surviving in the fight. Between Rage, Satanic. I feel like if he had Aghanim's shot, this would be so much better for Omega. Lol, I also love that he picks up SNY now. It's kind of hilarious. And Roche gets interrupted by a buyback from this Winter Wyvern. Oh, jump onto Raven if they can find this dieback. But they get the Winter's Curse out onto Tino. Will they be able to escape away from him? Core will be there. Do they have this damage? Raven getting brought down. Pops BKB to try and survive this fight. Mac, now they need to try and get a kick kill. BKB will expire. Do they have the damage? Raven falling low. Raven's gone. No buyback for 2 minutes from the Axe. Oh my god. And because they've already taken the 2 lanes of Rax, Fnatic can't even rely on natural equilibrium, forcing Omega back to their base. Oh boy. Oh boy. Raven dies. Now the Aegis in tow for Tino. Mac, what did he get? He got the cheese. And they gave the Aghanim Scepter to him with the blessing. I mean, why give it to him? I suppose all the other heroes that might want it. Maybe give it to the Lion. You can still get the AoE Finger of Death. Like Lifestealer, the infest onto the enemy, it's not that great actually. He already has his own Aghanim Scepter. Oh, he sells this axe. Okay, sells his axe, eats this one, get some gold back. Alright. Mega. Barreling down middle. No axe for another 50 seconds, guaranteed. Axe is their strongest hero on the side of Fnatic. The only other hero with buyback is the Phoenix. And they're not going to waste time on Omega. They're coming for the tier 4s. They're coming to try and end the game right now. Chuan throwing out these split earths. Doing what he can in this situation to hold this back. Split earths do the trick. Axe will respawn. Also, Storm Spirit isn't here with them during this push. He's out in the top lane, making sure that their creep wave comes towards the tier 2 tower on that side. It looks like they want to hunt for some megas on the side of Omega. Look at Jabs. Jabs was trying to maybe set up into the trees early on to make sure that you're positioned correctly in the event that a fight comes towards you, but team probably told him, hey man, don't risk it. Death has a Dagon, dude. Wow. Hasn't really been able to progress all that much on the slaughter. His net worth has increased, but had to buy back at some point. Definitely not cheap to have to do so. And of course is sitting with the Dagon item now to try to get his team some additional burst. I suppose that is an area where they are really struggling right now. They have so much control, but they're starting to just burst these heroes down, and these heroes are very close to dying. We saw in the last fight, for example, in the top lane, that Lifestealer came close to being in true jeopardy, but he just pops Satanic, keep fighting with no problem. Omega, 12k gold lead now. However, in a game that has swung as heavily as this one, will not be cause for comfort. Omega. Very carefully. However, each moment they spend unable to go up the hill is more time that this Aegis gets closer towards expiring. Does still have about 2 minutes left on its timing. Omega don't seem like they have an easy and viable way of breaking the base from this position, so they will just back off. Try to consolidate control in the jungle, in the Radiant Triangle. The way it's looking right now really does feel like the side of Fnatic are just waiting. Omega just having a little bit of difficulty figuring out what's their easiest way into the base. Whenever any heroes are dead from Fnatic, of course, running into the base is the easiest thing in the world. But still a lot of counter initiation, still a lot of things to worry about. We're also at that stage of the game where nothing else matters except for buyback, and we're getting some tier 5 items. I saw a Book of Shadows somewhere. Who got it? So we have a Seer Stone on this Lina. Dude, an entire Ballista for DK. Are you kidding me? Okay. Ballista for the Black Dragon. Good times. They gave these Young Force boots towards the Lifestealer. Did it be a Book of Shadows? I could have sworn I saw a Book of Shadows on this team. Oh god, it's giving me that bug again. That is so annoying. Aegis has now expired. The high ground, taking out the tier 3. There's going to be AoE Vortex. Mac out of mana right now, surprisingly. But they'll just be happy to have taken the tier 3. Nah, Lion is sitting with the telescope. Doesn't care at all about the book. And the thing is, Fnatic aren't really able to leave their base and farm elsewhere, so they can't get access to these tier 5 items. They're trying to smoke and wrap around here. They realize that if this game stays as it is, there's no possibility of winning. Raven, they get the catch. They found Mac. Mac has to buy back. Mac has to buy back. Buys back instantly. No hesitation. He's back into this one. He now also knows that they don't have BKB timings anymore. Teemo putting pressure onto the tier 3. They're gonna find themselves the full lane Arax. No, not just yet, not just yet, not just yet. Kept out by this cliff. Gets caught with the core. Big AoE finger. They get the megas. It's what they really wanted. Supernova will come out. Omega, they actually brought down CML outside of the base. Raven looking to try chase down Sam H. Sam H trying to run. Gets called out right now. Does he have buyback? Yes, he does. So he'll be okay. Now, Winter's Curse though. Oh no! Cuckoo got caught. It's Mac. Mac can't die. Mac can't afford to die. Mac is gone. No buyback available for him. Raven did die in the fray though, but does have buyback of his own. Death falling very low. Will he take a tumble? Not just yet. Cold Embrace keeping Jabs alive. And Sam H, he's about to die. He will take over. Eventually they do kill Death, but he does have buyback. Sam H buys back as well. Raven in the fray, getting caught. There's going to be an LSA onto him. Tino, can they kill Raven? They got him. It's an ultra kill for the life stealer. Will he be able to get himself the rampage here? Trying to run back into the fray, looking for Death. Death being kept alive by the Cold Embrace. Tino, though, needs to be a little bit worried here. Is there buyback available from Death? Nope, there's going to be a dieback if he goes down here. Can he escape? No, he cannot. Gets brought down by Shanks. No buyback for Death. Jabs also gets caught now by the Dragon Tail stun. Sam Mage catches him out. There's no way that he's gonna survive this. There's no Supernova. There is no Winter's Curse. Split up though from Chuan, buying quite a bit of space here. Chuan leading to the other side of the fight. Shanks might die. Pulse Nova good enough to get this kill. And remember, Chuan still has buyback, so he can bring himself back into this fray if needed. He's just trying to buy time. He's just trying to buy a distraction here. Dodges the LSA. Can he TP out? No, he cannot. Will lose his life. Buys back. But can they defend this? It's a 3v3. Tino, though, he's one of the three. He's so strong. They have Winter's Curse to throw out. DJ trying to buy time by forcing back Shanks. Does have Supernova again in 4 seconds. Can he get it off? 3, 2, 1. Supernova's ready. Cold Embrace bought time. They've got the Nova. They've got the Nova. They've got the E-Blade back as well. DJ, will he lose his life here? Tino can't kill him just yet. Jabs, Aeon just keeps him alive. Tino gets Winter's Curse, so they can't finish off the base. Supernova will be used. It will pop. Will it stun anybody? Not just yet. Sam H runs away from it. Shanks, though, losing his life. Is he gonna die here? Yes, he does. But they're gonna get the Ancient. They're gonna get the W. Omega, they find a way to win the game. GG, well played is called. What the hell did we all just witness? What? 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 What a throw. What a throw. What a game, dude. What a game. Holy smokes. Omega. I told y'all their draft was better. I told y'all. I told y'all. Woo! Oh my god. 34-35 in the kills. Fights that lasted 4 minutes, 5 minutes, I don't even know. Everybody has shards. Half the game has Aghanim Scepters. Shanks. Yo, listen. Y'all who are subscribed out here, if you have a subscription or if you have a bunch of channel points, hold on, let me give this an award out. Let's award your points for this. Y'all know what's coming for Shanks. You know what Shanks deserves from this. Omega, get this dub. And our boy Shanks. Yo, you know, when I said that this guy is actually carrying this game, even I didn't know the degree to which he was carrying things. Supernovas on supernovas being taken out. LSAs on LSAs in the middle of the fight, just at the moment when the Fnatic lineup is about to kill either Tino or Mac. Laguna Blades that don't allow Death or Raven to escape the middle of fights. Disabling Blink Daggers from afar. Using these Yules in such impeccable timings. Shanks, man. Shanks. My god. What a player this Lina is. Creates enough space. The thing is, obviously he doesn't win the game by himself, right? But you create that space. You make it possible for Tino and Mac to slot into those situations and dish out the necessary damage if they don't have to worry about control. Mac, even though he bought Aghanim Scepter, right? The AoE Vortex wasn't the primary source of the Omega control. That was primarily Shanks with the LSA. It's not even CML who was finding crazy sick Earth Spikes. This Lina, man. Makes so much space. Mac, I cannot believe Mac wins the game without having to buy BKB. Who freaking needs it? What a game. Wow. Alright. That game spoke for itself. We don't need to break it down too much. Game 3 is coming. Make sure you're following the channel in the meantime. If you're having a good time, you gassed up, decide to become a supporter, you can subscribe here on Twitch, you can subscribe on Patreon, or you can make a one-time donation through paypal.com. All of the information for that is underneath here in the stream. All of it makes a difference. It brings us here, keeps us costing, gives us this amazing gas. Oh my goodness. Wow. I just give me game 3. Just give me game 3. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, game 3. Woo! Fnatic versus Omega could not get better than this. Can't wait to see more. Ladies, gentlemen, my NB comrades, and Valve, the Monkey Stealers. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The finale, Omega Esports taking on the side of Fnatic. The two of them have come down to the wire here in the upper bracket, and it all comes down to this. One final game. Winner proceeds in the upper bracket, loser dumped down to the lower. Not done just yet, you still have a chance to qualify for TI. But a lower bracket run is always much more difficult than doing it the easy way in the upper bracket. Fnatic were this close to doing it the easy way, but a combination of things, you know, Shanks being a god, Raven being impatient, and this is Mac not buying BKB. Apparently it's good. Apparently it's good when you don't buy BKB. It worked out. So now we'll see whether or not he can finish this one off. If Omega get the 2-1 over Fnatic, woo! That'll be so big. It'll be so big. Let's get into it. Before we do, bets are open, predictions are open. Also, Johnny, I'm sad for you, buddy, that we still have these issues from Valve, but shit company, let's be honest. So the draft has been blazing past us. Omega, they're playing on the Radiant side. They went for this Axe. Despite the fact that they were able to beat the Axe itself, they still decided to pick it for themselves, have it in the team, have it in the game. Primarily, you also still have this option that we saw being displayed by Fnatic. You can put the safe lane or off lane. This is hilarious that they went for this Leshrac. We're just going to jump all around the draft. I'm not going to talk about it in order of heroes. It's hilarious that they went for the Leshrac later on in the draft, given that the Axe Leshrac, we just saw this combination. However, Omega are like, well, we lost the game, but that combo was still really, really good. I would not be surprised if they were able to slot in a hero like DK. Well, it's banned right now, so they can't do it. But they're trying to make sure that they have similar tools that what Fnatic were able to do in the previous game. Remember that window of opportunity? There was like a 10-minute window where Fnatic were just like unbeatable at everything. Once they got the double blinks. Only as time started to go on were Omega able to bring that one back. They've got Nyx Assassin and Hoodwink as well as their support duo. Love having availability and access to Nyx in these kind of games, give vision towards the team, but crucially, a way to be able to dish out some critical damage towards some of these squishier heroes like Ancient Apparition, can interrupt the puck trying to move away with the Illusion Orb by just stunning him up with the Carapace. Also, Fnatic went back to what we saw in game 1, puck Ancient Apparition. Very good duo, very strong together. We did not see this from Fnatic in game 1. Of course, this came from Omega, which is actually kind of funny, right? We're having swaps of playstyles here between all the players. One thing about having access to this Ancient Apparition puck with Earth Spirit, their team fight, my god, their team fight is obscenely good. It's obscenely good. Yeah, Southeast Asian pucks generally tend to play some very high level Dota. No, wait, they did win. They won with this game 1, right? Yeah, they won with this game 1. They had puck AA, and then what did Raven play again that game? He played Medusa. Yeah, he played Medusa. That was the game in which Omega Esports tried to run that Monkey King lineup, and it didn't really pan out that well for them. One thing I also like about this draft that I see from Fnatic, despite them having availability of a lot of team fight, this is the kind of draft that can play actively on the map while the Spectre is doing other stuff and farming. And given the opponents they're playing into, there's no hero they can't kill. Just these 3 heroes can kill any hero on the map, probably multiple. They round out the draft with getting a Venom monster in the off lane. Yo, okay, you can't play safe lane Axe. If that was the idea, can't be done now. Like literally impossible. You can't. You just can't. Can't do it. You can't do it. You'll have to just let this one go. You can maybe still play the Axe in position 1, but rotate him to play in a different lane. But then Fnatic just chase you around. Venomancer, a bit more of a static hero than the other heroes that we saw being picked up here by Fnatic. I suppose the rationale and the idea is that Spectre, you don't want the fights to be coming towards Spectre, right? Spectre, you want her in the jungle, elsewhere on the other side of the map doing her own thing with the option of being able to haunt into a fight. Venomonster, a hero that can be fairly static, doesn't leave one part of the map, sort of like a slower Broodmother in that regard, or even like a Timbersaw sometimes. So maybe the expectation is that Death controls one part of the map in its entirety, provided Raven is farming safely in the jungle. Any fight that they go for with the other three heroes will seem relatively successful, and Omega won't really have easy options for fights unless they go into the Venomonster lane. And when they get there, it's a lot easier for Fnatic to break off the map and immediately congregate where the Veno is than it would be for Omega to pull off. I like the fact that they went for the PA last pick. PA gives them a lot of damage and fighting potential into Spectre. I am a bit surprised though that so let's see what the lanes look like, because this isn't always the easiest lane versus Venomonster, at least for the first 2 levels. Especially if you can't zone out the Venomonster in those first 2 levels. If Veno gets to like level 3, level 4 comfortably in that lane, it's actually hard to farm as PA. Things are really iffy. You can only really farm with Dagger. You can't get forward. And I'm looking at the 2 supports right now, Hoodwink or the CML Mix Assassin. Neither of these heroes will be able to keep Venomonster Earth Spirits away from the PA long term. There's no kill threat onto the PA as long as she keeps a point into the W ready at all times, but not the easiest lane in the world. That being said, in the previous series, it seemed not to really matter. Ironically enough, both games that we've seen, the victory has gone to the team that lost the early game. Oh man, that's hilarious. Well, actually no, not really, because Omega was winning the early game and they were losing most of game 2, then they won eventually. Will they win this one? That's the question that they need to ask themselves. Or will this Death Venomonster spit on them and kill them all, bring them down to death? The final game, no elimination on the cards just yet, but you drop down to the lower bracket. Who stays up, who stays down? Let's find out and let's go. Let's go. I don't have any DaBaby emotes in channel, so I can't spam out the let's go. Although it would be pretty based if we could. Smoke up from Omega, nothing that we haven't seen before in this series. Yeah, this Veno set is pretty dope. It's awesome.
Two-legged abomination.
See them on the side of Omega. They find Jabs down bottom. Death shows up, throws out a Venomous Gale that connects onto several heroes. It might not actually save Jabs' life. We got a Rolling Boulder in 4 seconds. If he survives that long, he's gonna be fine. But he... is he fine? Is he fine? No, he's not fine! Bushwhack from Shanks. Make sure that they can catch and kill this Earth Spirit. This took a while. But ultimately, the kill does happen. Well done there. Seemed initially there like the survival might have been on for the Earth Spirit, but I don't know, he kind of stuttered on the steps forward. He was undecided as to if he should try rolling north or south, and that additional moment made sure that Omega kept vision of him. So even if he did get into the trees to side snowball or rolling boulder away, they had vision, they could stop him. Now Fnatic have to deal with another strong start for the side of Omega as they get this first blood. This is game 3, so mistakes be punished heavily. Death will be hoping that he can replicate his success there on how many heroes he connected with that Gale later on in the game. One bright spot too is that it's also a little bit hard for someone to buy the Pipe of Insight in this game. Of course, no pipe on the side of Omega will be a massive benefit for Fnatic. Ancient Apparition, Veno, Puck, Earth Spirit. This is also a game where Mac, please, for the love of God, you have to buy BKB in this one. That's the one thing Chuan can actually take advantage of. He knows for a fact that neither of these heroes in Mac or PA, hell, even the Axe, will be hard pressed to play this game without BKB. So you already have impetus to start thinking about building Aghanim Sater later in the game. Once you have the Scepter going. Oh, bottom. Death might die here. Is Death first blood? Oh no, he's not, because Jabs died earlier. All three heroes are bottom. So they're leaving Axe by himself in the top lane. We don't really see a punish just yet from the side of Fnatic. Sam H doing perfectly fine here, and between Spectre and Ancient Apparition, there's no punish available. It's not like this is Ancient Apparition Sven or something, where you can envision a Cold Feet being procced up and that allowing them to have enough damage to get a kill. Just with these two heroes, they are fairly ineffective versus Sam H. They need to rotate Jabs over, but Rolling Boulder, that not connecting, the additional slow coming in from the Battle Hunger should mean an escape for Sam H, unless they also bring in Chuan.
A strange time to hibernate.
And for a Puck, that kill is a-okay because you picked up a Water Rune on the way. Mid lane matchup is one that should be pretty much a wash between the Leshrac and the Puck. Not really expecting it to break decisively in either direction. Love how the side of Fnatic, at this point in time, Death looks like he's thinking about backing off almost entirely from this bottom lane. Really struggling with this laning phase. And I think a large part of this is also the fact that they've forced Jabs to be positioned towards the top side of the map for so long. It means that he hasn't really been able to sit top and help this Venom monster, who is getting literally nothing right now in this game. Damage already starting to creep skip. Another death onto death. Oh, gets saved for a moment, but it's not going to be good enough. He dies. Ancient Apparition gets taken out as well by Sam H. Did we actually get that kill? Oh, Shanks got that kill. Okay. And this early game for Omega could not be better for them.
Fought badly, died worse.
All three lanes going quite well. The one bright spot for Fnatic is that Raven is farming exceptionally well on the Spectre. Whenever you have Spectre in your team, there's a degree where you relax a bit, in the sense that you don't take the early game as seriously as you might otherwise. You're like, oh, we've got Spectre, it's fine. So that means that your team is not panicking if you're falling behind right now. Death though. 5 CS to his name. I mean, Jabs is back bottom, but it's a little bit too late right now for this Earthbird to really be effective in helping the Veno survive the lane and do well here. You're being out leveled by the PA. They can kill you. They've demonstrated that more than once at this point. Sam H can't be punished for the maneuvers that he's pulling on the other side of the map. What a good way to start the game for Omega. Perfect. Perfect. I kind of feel like one of the things that should happen in this game for the side of Fnatic, if they want to be able to turn their fates, yet again, it's going to be contingent on where the Puck goes for the first move. Puck, nice silence middle. Actually, the move is going to come towards Leshrac as Death shows up. Venomous Gale does connect onto the Leshrac. Support is arriving in from the rest of Omega though. Chuan able to escape away from the Bushwhack. Mac, though eating the Venomous Gale, doesn't end up getting brought down. And they're going to leave Death in the mid lane for a little bit. He's going to be the one to soak up this experience. Puck will go home. still a little bit problematic. Death is not really doing so well in this game. The only person who's doing really well is the Spectre, but issue is that though Raven might present some late game insurance, still an entire portion of the game to get to where he's not very strong at that point. Top lane, CML might get brought down here. Dagger will be there. They stun him up, but the Spike Carapace creates enough space for him. What an annoying hero to play against, Nyx Assassin. What a hero.
The Dire's top tower is under attack.
CML will just get kicked back. I don't think he dies anyway. Dude, Nyx Assassin. Dreamcoil will come out, land onto 2, and they trigger out the first haunt of the game. Raven makes himself known. He's going to be the one to find the kill onto CML, but look at the damage from the left track. Mac is going to be able to kill him. Fairy Fire gets popped. Will not die. Jabs will get bushwhacked towards a tree. Not dead just yet. They're out of mana on Mac, and they do finally get the kill. Does cost the life of Shanks as well. 2-for-1 trade here in the mid lane. You'll take it if you're on the side of Fnatic. Gale Monfils, the tennis player. Like that. What's really annoying about you saying that is that you're not the first person to say this. There's another person apparently I look exactly like, but the Gale Monfils, I don't really agree. Offset, the rapper from Migos, that guy, he looks exactly like me. Like, we literally look the same. Go Google Offset Migos, and we look exactly the same, dude. We're like the same person. But yeah, you're not the first person to say that I remind you of Gale. To be fair, I'm okay with that comparison. Gale is an amazing player, so I can live with it. Right now, we finally see a tier 1 tower falling as Omega able to take one down in the top lane. Sam H has just had such a great game thus far. Gets a call out onto DJ. And if he gets lucky with like one more spin, potentially it would have been close enough for a Culling Blade hit, but he's just happy to have taken the tower. Building in towards getting Blink Dagger. Spectre does now have Blade Mail. Dude, Raven is so farm. Where did Raven find all this one? This is crazy. Abs. Gonna get caught out down bottom. And yeah, that's a dead Earth Spirit. They've done so well in this bottom lane from the side of Omega. Tino. You know, Tino has been just growing from strength to strength. Started this series in a really rough way. That game 1, you know, farmed well. The mid game went really poorly. And he just started falling further and further behind. Seemed a bit lost on the map. Game 2, his beginning seemed like a continuation of that lostness, but he's really been finding his stride as time has gone on. And now here in game 3, looking incredible on this PA. Lots of farm from the lane. Found several kills. Crucially, gonna be able to position himself to play and fight against the Spectre. Oh yeah, bro, yeah. Right? It's crazy. I look exactly like Offset, dude. Chris Gale. Who's Chris Gale again? Remind me. Movement middle. Got a Dream Coil out onto 2. Fnatic stopping a gank coming towards them. Death gets off a very big poison over. Affects both CML and Mac. Gives Raven a double kill. He doesn't even have to haunt in for, so they still have haunt available. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is scary. That's terrifying. You lose, but I wonder what they were trying to accomplish with that move. Maybe they wanted to try to find a way in behind the tier 1 tower. Feeling that, you know, it's a bit frustrating to try to push for this, only having Diabolic Edict. If we can find a kill, then we can definitely lead into being able to get more from the map itself, but sadly. Bottom. Ooh, Death dies again. That's like his 3rd death. Oh my god. Top lane Sam H will be an Ice Blast connecting onto him. Does TP back home. Will he tick out? Will he tick out? Will he tick out? Will he tick out? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. But at the same time, the rest of his team is securing the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Tino shows up. You always love to see an early position from a PA that feels comfortable enough to show up for fights, feels strong enough to zone other heroes back. And looks like she's still building a farming item. Unclear what this Claymore is going to be leading to. Is this going to be like... I don't know, man. Watch this be Blade Mill. What is this PA building, I wonder? What could the options be? Like, probably Battle Fury, but is it Mage Slayer that they want? I don't know. Haunt coming into the top lane. Ice Blast. PA, speak of the devil. And she will find herself getting killed. Brought down by the Ice Blast. Can they get out of here? 3 heroes caught with a bushwhack though. Followed up by a split word onto all of them. Acorn shot stuns them all up. Mac gets a double kill. Oh. Alright, alright. Y'all did not believe that Shanks. I could sense it. Some of y'all were like, Shanks was okay in game 2. Shanks! Thank you for teaching us, for reminding us of your quality. My god, what a fight. Oof, 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 oof. That is... Oof. It's massive. After that... What? Oh my goodness. Like, things were actually looking like they might start turning for Fnatic. You get a quick kill onto PA. No response from her. All you have to do is get out safely. But, oof, my goodness. Shaq says nope. Says nope, says nope, says nope. Also, we really haven't seen Death do anything in this game. He's trying to build into the Spirit Vessel, into the Hanamidas, just to make sure he can stay relevant as time goes on. And there's no other option, really. Any other build besides this, and this Veno would be a support in the next 10 minutes. Smoke up. Now by Omega. They have a Blink Dagger for Sam H. He completed this during this last incursion. So not only do Omega escape that fight having killed 3 heroes, they also escape it without Fnatic knowing that they just picked up the Blink. Can they unleash this on the map? CML does have Vendetta. Perhaps he should be the one to go scout here. Axe. The smoke will be popped. They have vision of him, so they will clearly know that the Blink Dagger is now available. They just get a quick kill onto DJ, sharpshooter, procced out. They're gonna try go for this fight. They roll forward with jabs, finds a magnetize onto several heroes. CML gonna be the first casualty of this fight for the side of Omega. 1-1 engagement. Technically worth more for Omega since CML is worth less than this Ancient Apparition. Push will be on though from Fnatic. Despite losing out on that previous fight, they still haven't been able to get that much more on the map for Omega. They're just farming the areas they're already comfortable in. Battle Fury only now completed for the PA. First while Raven trying to build into the Manta. Follow up on having that early Blade Mail for himself. I love this Blade Mail item versus Leshrac. That's always the consideration, right? What do you build versus certain heroes? Blade Mail, Echo Saber, etc. In this game, it's definitely a no-brainer. You just rush Blade Mail. But you still need to tank up to be able to use this item effectively in these fights. Lest after reflecting a lot of damage, you're still just food to be brought down afterwards. Smoke does get popped. It gets popped by the Leshrac, who they haunt on top of Mac. No BKB available. There's going to be 2 heroes caught in the Dream Coil. Jabs was trying to push Mac away from the Dream Coil to snap it. Not even needed because the Ice Blast does come out. Sam H can't escape either. Ice Blast damage helping to bring him down. Raven picking up that kill, and Fnatic. Man, that's out of nowhere. It seemed like Omega was aware that the smoke was coming. Death sort of revealed himself middle, but unfortunately it's way too easy to find positive vision on the enemy team when you're playing with the Spectre. Now, they might end up losing CML as well. There's no way that the Nyx Assassin escapes here. Will there be revenge gained by Tino? Is thinking about it. Jumps onto jabs, but oh, the invis Shadow Amulet actually keeps the Earth Spirit alive. DJ is the one with the Shadow Amulet, used it very well. Ironically enough, had PA just decided to jump immediately, would have been able to find that kill. That additional like half second of thinking time ended up undoing the plans for the kill. In the meantime, Death secured a tier 1 tower. Using the Venom army to do it. Slowly but surely getting more net worth for himself. He's overtaken Sam H. And this is even before the Hand of Midas arrives. Once this Midas is online, definitely going to make a huge difference. Spectre has access effectively to the Skadi. It's like 300 gold away. Very close game. 11-11 on kills. Not even 1k gold in it. Both teams have relatively equivalent amount of structures taken on the map. Gonna lose this Ancient Apparition, so first team to hit 12 will be the side of Omega. However, it doesn't really matter, as in the interim, Fnatic picked up the full Manta style for Spec, and the Blink Dagger for Puck, and the Midas for Veno. Alright, when is Haunt back online? 50 seconds. So we need a smoke. We need people getting ready for the Haunt. If they can get this Puck out onto the map, using the ultimates, revealing Blink Dagger on top of a Venomancer dropping his spells, and then Spectre Haunt on top of that. Remember, there's still no BKBs available just yet for the side of Omega, nor are there Pipes of Insight. So you'll probably die. The fight will be lost. Fnatic can find that engagement. Although I do also think that this Puck, right after building Aeon Disc, just rush the Aghanim Scepter. You know for a fact these BKBs are coming, and you know for a fact how threatened your team is once they arrive. So at that point, don't even waste time. Don't even waste time. They roll top, can't really find a target, unfortunately. Nobody home. Right now, though, Fnatic, I will actually say that they're controlling the pace of this game at present. Because this slow staccato, not really doing all that much pace, is highly beneficial for them. Whereas Omega kind of want to do things on the map. However, it's not like they fall behind as time goes on. PA Leshrac Axe, you can scale. You can definitely scale. Nyx is gonna rush Aghanim Scepter as well. I'm actually kind of surprised that the Hoodwink went for this early Veil. I thought they won't go for like Glimmer Cape or the 4-staff instead first. Shanks, oh, they might actually decide to come bottom. The fight's actually happening here towards where Mac is. Mac is gone. The Haunt will get able to get that kill. However, Tino picks up the follow-up kill onto Chuan's Puck. So it's a 1-1 trade for the mid laners here. To be able to get revenge. CML looking for an opportunity to find a nice impale. Will not be able to get it, but the call, Sam H is going to be good enough. Look at the bushwhack on the high ground. Stalled up both Raven and DJ. Doesn't allow them to go that far deep into the fight though. CML might end up losing his life to Raven. Indeed, that will be the case. DJ, Glimmer Cape, he's up. Jabs is also trying to get closer. Cold Feet holding Sam H in position. We'll try Cold Feet him again. But with how much distance he's covered with the Blink Dagger, they will realize that he is not going to be stopped. Gone. He's like, peace out. Yeah, bro, it's because of this Midas, man. Ended up making the difference. This Axe at the moment is really struggling to make his presence known on the map. Involved in 3 kills despite having access to the blink daggers. But Dire team scan on the Roche. They are aware that right now is a good time to go into the pit for Omega. They do have the BKB available on the PA. Oh, PA will be forced to use it very early on. Alright, good times. They can't Roche now. 70 seconds with the BKB on cooldown. There's no way you want to go into the Roshan pit against the team that has still Magnetized ready to throw. Potentially the Dream Coil when it was used, to be fair. But as soon as you have to use BKB and you don't get the Roshu back, you accept that you did not get it this time around and you hope for better next time. Also easy for them to do because they realize that nobody on the side of Fnatic has the capability of actually taking down Roshan easily. Consider how long it would take Fnatic to get the Rosh. So it can't get sneaked away. Well, it could potentially be sneaked away. Hooked up now, Fnatic. Mac would be a great target to pick up. Relatively isolated at present, but they realize that he's relatively isolated, so he's getting back up. Mr. Fnatic getting into the Roshan pit. They're actually gonna try this, dude. Alright. The rest of Omega know that this is probably happening. Smoke. Drop shooter. Goes right through the Roshan. Hits DJ. Know what's happening here. Roll, jabs. Oh, they're able to catch the axe. This is a great way to start the fight. Haunt will be there from Fnatic. Who do they find first? They bring down Sam H. No buyback available for the axe. CML forced off forward looking for an impale onto jabs. Will find him. Ice Blast will not be there though. But however, they burn him away with the Spirit Vessel and Lucio. And look who's so low. It is Mac. Mac does not have a defensive item. Mac is gone. Tino also was caught inside the Poison Nova. BKB is at the ready, so able to blink away to safety. Not having to use it just yet. However, now that they've lost 3 heroes, yeah, sure, you managed to bring down both Death as well as this young Jab's Earth Spirit, but it does not matter. Take out the axe at the beginning of the fight. Suddenly, the initiation prospects of Omega are extremely lacking. Yes, this is Mac. This is Mac. He has early BKB. Helping his team with damage. Trying not to overextend. Been targeted somewhat in some of these engagements, but the BKB early will make a huge difference. Unfortunately, will not get an opportunity to use that BKB in a fair fight for a while because they have this Aegis on the Spectre, and Fnatic will not be looking to take any fights that look like Omega might be able to win them out fairly. In the meantime, Tino will now start farming towards getting the SNY. Looks like the idea here is going to be to go all in on the stats. We'll probably see a Scardia or a Satanic coming as soon as the SNY is finished. For now though, tower in the top lane needs to be taken down at some point. Tower bottom is being pushed in by Fnatic. The thing about having this Venom Monster as well is that these snakes aren't just good for putting pressure on the tower, but it's amazing for giving your team vision behind the tier 2s. Also, is Chuan building Ags? Yep. I mean, we spoke about it earlier, right? The moment you finish this Aeon Disc, you start building Ags immediately. Don't mess around in this game. You have to have the Ags. You have to get Ags. Jet will end up dying. Got left behind by the rest of the squad. Death is trying to get a counter kill here, but Death is just gonna die for this. I don't know what the plan here was, fam. There will be a Horns coming in from the spec. CML actually very low on HP. I'm seeing the plan now. The plan was to set up and allow Raven to come in and finish off this fight. And now Chuan has helped out to get some of these kills as well. Magnetize has been out. Not going to get refreshed, unfortunately, from Jabs. Will roll forward to try and find this kill onto the PA. PA will die. Mac, will he be able to get away from this fight? No, he will not. Raven still hasn't committed the first life from this Aegis of the Immortal. Fighting around this bushwhack. Jump in. Sam H finds the culling blade. Able to bring him down. And there have been buybacks here. Raven would do well to try and retreat from this fight. Jabs are somehow caught at the top of the tree. That was kind of hilarious. But has created enough space that the Spectre can survive and escape. Bring down the PA, you bring down the Lesh, you force double buybacks. You still end up ultimately losing effectively everybody on the side of Fnatic from this fight. However, it's 100% worth it. The first, like, Aegis number 1, and don't really like seeing teams who keep the Aegis for the sake of keeping the Aegis. Should be using the Aegis for a moment such as that to give you the confidence and the strength to dive behind a tier 2 tower onto the high ground and force a fight in that area. And despite the fact that they all got team wipe and everybody, people were dying, you know, PA was dead for long, Leshrak's dead all this time, not actually farming. The one big core hero who's continuing to accrue net worth throughout all of this is the Spectre, as she now has the Eye of Skadi, a Basher. Are you kidding me? Just feel so much more confident about your prospects in terms of winning engagements, winning fights.
It's not even my birthday.
I wonder now, Patino, where do we go next, right? So, SNY, of course we have the Battle Fury BKB. Do you want AC? I still think you get Satanic, but the complication is Ancient Apparition. You get Satanic if you're confident you'll never really find yourself having to deal with Ice Blast directly on your face ever again. As it stands right now, tier 2 towers removed on both sides of the map, so we're gonna have a young outpost switch. Not gonna really have a situation where either team is gonna be happy to give away free experience. Oh, mistake. Mac pop BKB, Mac pop BKB. Oh, and they saw it. Jab saw it. Oops. That's a bit unfortunate, my friend. Now you're down to 7 seconds. Given the importance of that item, that is actually gonna come back to bite him. Dead Mac. Lol. Baroda with the shade on poor Mac. Lol. Mac doesn't buy BKB because he's gonna misclick it. Nice blast. Oh, Mac. Oh, Mac. The kick from jab not gonna be enough to break the Dream Coil, but they definitely have enough damage to kill him. Dude, they found him during the cooldown of BKB. If he still had BKB available, that move does nothing to him, because there's no Aghanim Scepter just yet from Chuan. But because they found him at the one moment where he'd unfortunately activated BKB in a bad position, ends up biting him in the ass. Oh man. Again, Dota 2, gamer margins. If he doesn't pop that BKB, they don't go that high ground. I mean, now they will be able to de-ward the wards that scouted him out. But a little bit too late. Fnatic will now start to put pressure on the map by reclaiming their outpost. Kind of regain control of this area around Roshan, so that when the big man comes back, he's easy to take. Nice smoke though from Omega. They're going outside the map, DJ. Smoke breaks, but he is aware that something's happening because they have this observer ward on the high ground. Man, this vision game from Fnatic really has been incredible in this game. Bought them so much space on the map that they wouldn't have otherwise. Right now, Omega, despite being behind, it looks like a desperate situation, but the game itself actually isn't that bad. Granted, Spectre is ahead. She is the one that's farming the most on the map. But Have a Leshrac that's on the come up. Have a PA that's on this come up. Still undecided as to what she wants to build. Indeed, went for this Aghanim Shard. I feel like you can't play against Spectre and not have Aghanim Shard, so it makes sense. Feels like they're not really gonna get an easy opening to go for Roche, so you have to spend that bridge yourself. Sorry, but you gotta do it. No other option. Now go smoke up. I think that was actually scouted because there's an observer ward close to there, but it might have been blocked off by the trees. Like looking for this wraparound. All their ultimates online. Oh god. Oh god. Mac just left. Mac just left. This is huge. Sam H. Gonna be the first casualty here. Absolutely gonna die. Tries to survive this. Activates BKB, but there's absolutely no way. Dreamcoil. Try to catch out Shanks. Will be able to scurry through the trees and survive as a result. Sam H. Gonna be the only one that gets caught out. Fortunately for him, Roshan will not be up for another 58 seconds, so he doesn't have to worry about being taken whilst he's in the grave. Omega will still have the opportunity to fight around the pit to prevent the next Aegis from sitting inside the Fnatic hands. Wait, the Spectre is so big. Ironically enough, actually, in game 2, the game they lost. So Raven was playing Axe, right? And remember we were saying how one of the reasons I'm not expecting Fnatic to play safe lane Axe is that generally speaking from them, I expect Strauss, Spectres, PLs, these kind of heroes from Raven. And we're seeing the kind of performance to expect from this man when he's playing his signature heroes. Death might be in danger here. Beautiful call from Stamage. Actually connect onto 2. Will they have the damage for kill here? They're gonna follow this up with the Fan of Knives coming in from the PA. They break the dispersion, but they haunt right back in. Ice Blast connect onto several. Axe is gone. Leshrac is gone. PA is gone. CML will at least be able to survive a little bit longer by burrowing into the ground, but it's only a little bit longer. As Raven, the haunt on the buyback, gets a triple kill for the Spectre. And I believe she even made profit, even though she bought back, yeah. Incredible fight from Fnatic. The Ice Blast from DJ was perfect. And sure, Raven dies very early on, getting called in, both him and Death, but part of the issue is that after they've committed everything to deal with you, you know, PA pop BKB to jump on that Spectre. They use the call. They use the Diabolic Edict, Split Earth. You know, you throw in all these spells. It's like, okay, sweet. What do you have for round 2? And Raven fought back, returned to the fight. And now they have this Aegis of the Immortal. Who did they give the shard to? I don't know who bought their own shard. But jump. Oh, CML. Beautiful impale. But it's still probably going to end up dooming their lives now. And they're gone. Axe got a very nice call onto Jabs and Raven, but not enough to walk away from the fight under his own power as he gets taken out. Shanks is dead too. That was a dieback on the Squirrel. And without a hoodwink, this is most certainly one lane of Rax. But look at the bottom lane. A creep wave is reaching the tier 3 tower, so this may just be 2. Fnatic gonna be dissuaded a little bit by this buyback from Sam H. 3v5 right now. They don't have their ultimates though from Fnatic, so it's hard to commit onto this high ground. They leave Raven. Soak up this pressure, soak up this damage. Still has access to an Aegis. Sam H, we're gonna need an amazing call from you. The way it's looking is just a matter of time until they can confirm this lane of Rax here. Death throwing in Plague Wards. That's one lane. Do they go for more? Raven thinking about it, and he's gonna go bottom. Still 20 seconds, no Nyx. Still 35 seconds, no Hoodwink. Fnatic, if they can get this. Jabs. Not gonna be reckless and try to roll up onto the high ground just yet. Oh, he rolls now. They're gonna try to get the snap on the coil. Not gonna end up mattering, but the Ice Blast follow-up will still be there. Spectre falling very low on the first life, but we'll have life number 2 with this Aegis of the Immortal. And in the meantime, Mac Gets brought down by Jabs, who rolls onto him with the Magnetize, going back in the other direction, looking for Tino. Raven able to kill the PA. Buyback is available. Will be forced to use it. No buyback for the Leshrac, no buyback for the Axe. Tino is it. Shanks is gonna also try help with the defense, but Shanks is gone. Jumping in from Tino. That's gonna be a huge jump onto Jabs. It's gonna be enough to get that kill. But will it be enough to get anything else or even keep Tino alive? Right now it's not looking that way, but an impale from CML opens up some space, allows Tino to TP back to the base, and Raven cannot find the bash necessary to prevent it. They lose death, but they get almost everything else from Fnatic. They'll clean up the second lane of Rax. No opportunity for Megas because it's still a tier 1 and a tier 2 in the top lane. But it does not seem to matter as Fnatic will just jump straight in looking for the tier 4 towers. They're aware there's no buybacks. They're aware there's no damage. They're aware that this PA is all alone. And Fnatic, they took 2 lanes of Rax in game 2, were just unable to win the game. This time, will their fate be different? Still 8 seconds, no Leshrac. 10 seconds, no Axe. Will they be back in time? Will they be able to help? It doesn't seem like it. Nothing will happen. Nothing will come of their respawn timers. GG's already been called. Omega throw in the towel. And Fnatic continue today's trend of grabbing a 2-0, throwing game 2, but coming back in dominant fashion for game number 3. That was the what a game from then, man. Alrighty. That was a really fun game to watch. It seemed like it might be going well for Omega, you know. They weren't farming too bad. Or let me rephrase. It seemed like it was going okay for Tino and Mac. Sam H unfortunately had a really tough game. He really struggled to get himself in any kind of positive position. There were maybe 2 really amazing calls that we saw coming out of him that it's like, oh wow. One of them, unfortunately enough, got the Spectre killed, yes, but led into the Spectre buyback, who returns, mops up 3 heroes, and assists in getting a full team wipe. You know, Mac was having a really good game. Things were looking so positive for Mac, but I don't know. It just kind of felt like that one moment with the BKB situation changed everything. Suddenly, did not feel like the same consistent Mac we'd seen in the game thus far. Started to somehow seem similar to the Mac that we'd seen in game 2, especially like in the mid game of game 2. Tino, feels bad to be you, buddy. This is one of the issues about playing PA. You're so over-reliant on your crits that if you're not finding them reliably, it's kind of hard to make your impact felt. Not to say that Tino did badly by any stretch of the imagination, but it just clearly didn't work out. Fnatic, team fighting was too good. Despite the fact that Omega was able to buy BKBs on all their core heroes this time around, it still ended up not actually being enough to push Fnatic into a situation where they genuinely feel they'd lose the game. As a result, Omega down to the lower bracket. Fnatic, they continue in the winners bracket. And their opponent, I believe tomorrow, I'm not sure if it's tomorrow or later today, but either way, it'll be whoever plays next or the winner of that next matchup. So with Fnatic having secured their victory, they're done. They can go rest for a little bit. Motivate, Trust, and OB.Neon, those 2 teams will now be playing against one another. Let's actually see, is the lobby up already? The game launched? Let's scope. Oh, they might have actually already launched the game. Awesome, dude. Awesome, dude. Awesome, dude. Oh, yeah, awesome. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with that game as we celebrate Fnatic's victory. Woohoo! Congratulations! Yay! In the meantime, while we're getting ready for the next one, make sure that you are following the stream. If you're here for the first time, come say hi in chat, hang out with the homies. And if you've been enjoying yourself, you're having fun wherever you are in the world, consider becoming a supporter. You can decide to be like a young donator, right? Get yourself here. Or you can decide to become a subscriber, either through Patreon or PayPal. Not PayPal. Patreon or Twitch. Yeah, PayPal is where you donate. Donate on PayPal, become a patron, or subscribe here on Twitch. Always. I'm like, why do I keep messing up the script, man? My ambitions of freestyle rap are always shot in the foot whenever I try to think off the top of my head. Lol. Either way, these games are done. Next set begins very, very shortly. So don't go anywhere. We will continue with the TI10 qualifiers here for Southeast Asia. The hype is real. I'm not sure we'll get another 2-1, but I do think that that's going to be the closest matchup on paper. All the other matchups haven't seemed that close on paper, but turned out to be that way. So potentially we're going to find ourselves with a 2-0 stomp. So make sure you don't go anywhere to catch all the hype. We'll be right back with that action, with that gas, and with more. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, we're back. We're back. We saw Fnatic take one over the side of Omega Esports, and now we continue to see OB.Neon taking on the side of Motivate Trust Gaming. This one is going to be fun. This right here, I'm looking forward to this one. So, Neon playing on Radiant side, MTG on the Dire. MTG, there are a lot of teams and a lot of people. Actually not MTG is like, there's certain musicians where there's people who know about those musicians, and then there's people who really know music, and the people who really know music, they're like, yo, that's a musician to follow. MTG. How I know if somebody's legit about C, I ask them, what do you think about MTG? And if they tell me hype, then I know what's up. So they here looking for an opportunity to get past OB.Neon. I'll be very upfront and say that in my estimation, like I was mentioning earlier, I placed them top 2 in terms of strength coming into this. Let's see how they fare. Neon. They are playing on Radiant side, Viper Timbersaw as their opening duo to respond to the first overall pick, Hoodwink, from the side of MTG. Hey, young Johnny. Hey, cheers, man. Thanks, my G. I really appreciate it. Cheers are so nice. I like those. I like the little icon. Makes you feel good. MTG just went ahead and got themselves the Jackie Terrorblade. Don't waste time. You're like, all right, Jackie, what you want to play? You know how confident you have to be to decide to pick Terrorblade into Viper, into Timbersaw. He's like, let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. MTG definitely will have to have more confidence like this from the rest of their picks. Did see the first pick, Hoodwink, from them. Of course, we've seen how OP that hero can be. See what they're able to do with it in their hands. Neon now go for the Mirana. Kind of interesting to see this Mirana pick coming out in a situation where there are no setups. Generally, when we've seen Mirana of late is with the Dragon Knight, which of course is banned out, or with the Axe. But just raw Mirana, not something we see all that often nowadays at the very least. And that's further complicated by the fact that MTG went ahead and picked up this Abaddon. So even if Mirana gets a long arrow onto you, thus far it's the only actual source of disable. So the immediate dispel will make such a difference. They'll need to get more. And more will come from the Sand King. Another hero that can also work quite well versus these illusions. Does now mean that the Sand King is probably playing 4 position. Unless they want to put this Timbersaw mid. Viper maybe in the off lane. I don't know. I doubt they do that. I really doubt they do that. The Drunken Monk. Yo, real talk. Drunken Master. Drunken Master 1. The one that came out in the 80s. Like the old one. That's one of my favorite movies. The Jackie Chan one. The 90s reboot was still legit, but I really like the old school one. MTG get themselves the Storm Spirit here. Fearless Storm Spirit. This is the kind of game where, like we were talking about, there's not that much disable coming in from the side of Neon. There's no Lions to worry about. That's already been banned, to be fair though. But no heroes like Lion, Nyx Assassin, etc. So you have a lot more freedom on the map if you are playing as the Storm Spirit. You probably still have to buy a BKB. Playing against Viper, Mirana, and the Sand King. But provided you have BKB as the Storm Spirit, it feels like a fairly free game for you. Oh god damn it, why does my WhatsApp keep popping off? What's happening? Hold on, I'm just gonna mute something. 1 second. Alright, there we go. Problem freaking solved. Problem freaking solved. Sorry. Well, now the question is going to be, what do we put into the off lane for MTG and what are we putting into the safe lane for Neon? One thing that concerns me, but this is me personally, right? I'm just thinking to myself that the way I'm looking at this draw from Neon, it requires me to be the better team to win these fights and win these engagements. I won't always be the better team, you know? Last pick for MTG will be Bloodseeker. Okay. 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 So massive pace coming in from MTG. Bloodseeker will go into the off lane. One of the better heroes against Timber, so he just dropped down a Rupture on this guy. It makes it hard for Timber to do what he wants in the middle of the engagement. This way you also get some decent blood rights to be able to drop down on top of the Sand King. In the event that this is a 4 Sand King, Sandstorm doesn't really help him at all versus the blood rights. You can also end up giving some very good decent vision to the rest of the lineup in the event that people are trying to scurry away on low amounts of HP. First plus Storm Spirit reliably can lead to kills. So okay. Okay. Oh snap, I forgot to open up predictions. My bad. Why y'all not remind me? Arrow! Hey Arrow! What's up, OG? How you doing? Arrow? Ooh, they went for I don't like last pick on this Phantom Assassin, if I'm honest. I'm not a fan. I think one of the reasons why I'm not a fan primarily is how do you get past the only tool you have to get past the TB's armor is Viper and Timber. So at this point, if TB buys BKB, dude, like, I don't know, fam. I don't know. All right, we're gonna set these predictions right quick, like just quickly 10 minutes. So predictions are open. Bets will be open in a second. I'm just putting them together. Oh snap! Hero, my man, look at you pulling through, fam. Yo, what a G. Thank you, fam. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, yo, Hero, what a guy. Everybody be like Hero. He's showing us the way. He's setting the example. Support your favorite local streamer. Be out here. All right. A Weeder Meal's out here too. So issues I have with PA. I am unconvinced about the damage potential of PA versus the Terrorblade. The only time you can actually fight into TB is when the TB is already fairly low. You've stacked up some additional disables onto him. Like a single Thunder just turns things around way too easily, which is very problematic. I am never really convinced with PA versus heroes like Storm Spirit when there's not that much lockdown in the team. Basically, Mirana and the Yopaj Sand King have to do everything. If they do everything, literally everything, then this is an easy game. OB.Neon will clock this one with no problem. However, Motivate Trust will not make it an easy game for them. We'll make them work hard, and we'll see how far they go. Game 1, Motivate Trust Gaming versus Neon. Let's go. Let's get into it. Make your bets, make your predictions. Let me know who you think is gonna win this one out. Get started with the matchup. Smoke up early from the side of Neon. And they're gonna make sure that they're moving out as a big old unit. Trying not get ourselves caught out by anybody on the side of MTG, because Neon need a good early game. Their early game has to be impeccable. It cannot be bad. It cannot be anything like they have to win every lane. Well, not every lane. They'll lose the mid lane a little bit, but the side lanes need to go amazingly well for them. I'm also wondering about the itemization here, because the decision was made here, right, for them to have this Timber be in the off lane, and then the one who's actually playing middle in this game is gonna be this Yopaj Sand King, which means that we have a support Viper, something that we have seen at times, but I was hoping it was going to be core Viper because that would allow us to build a lot of ATOS into the game. However, when it's support Viper, ATOS is going to be a lot slower in coming, which means that it's a lot more difficult to imagine Neon having the requisite lockdown throughout all their fights. They, although, will be able to secure 4 bounty runes. Are you kidding me? Okay, Neon. Okay, Neon, I see you. And then, not only is Neon gods out here securing 4 bounty runes, Eero is a god out here gifting out these subscriptions like a G, like a boss. Thank you so much, Eero. My friend, I appreciate this so much, you have no idea. Not only is he showing the example of how to support, but also on how to be generous. What a legend. Spam out those emotes, fam. Spam them out. Spam them out. You earned them. Down bottom. This is one of the reasons why you do go for this support Viper. They do this quite often in South America. It's my first time seeing it here in Southeast Asia though. However, the rationale with this is that it's harass king. Extremely difficult to deal with from afar. They've also decided from the side of Motivate Trust to lane Jackie down bottom. I suppose the idea is that they did not want to play this Terrorblade into Timber. This is a really bad lane, so I can fully understand why they decided to make that particular jump, that particular swap around. Okay, so people are experiencing some lag in the game.
I'm just gonna buy back.
Much respect to you, Eero. Much respect to you, fam. What a guy. By the way, everyone, especially those of you who aren't South African, keep that name in your mind. Eero OG. Give it max a year. And that name is going to be on everybody's lips. What a guy. Fearless. Mid lane matchup that is not necessarily... But early on, I thought the matchup was going to be Viper versus Storm Spirit, but now that it's Sand King, this is a lane that should be favored for the Storm pretty heavily. Although you can't necessarily zone the Sand King out of the lane. Top lane, Bushwhack into a Blood Riot. Beautifully done there. MTG, will they get the first blood here? They're looking for CTM. Acorn shot slows him down, and Masoros, ironically enough, got kicked from Fnatic. And here he is, finding the first blood against Neon. Janel's purpose primarily is to throw out poison attacks. Once in a while, he'll get the Viper Strike going, but I'd actually even be surprised if he levels up Corrosive Skin. It's going to be mostly about Nether Toxin and Poison Attack whenever you play the support Viper. Mid lane. An attempt was made on Fearless's life. Sadly, that attempt will fail. The angle for the arrow wasn't on. So, Storm just gets to keep doing his thing. Although he's going to definitely play more cautiously now that he knows Mirana's in the area. CCM though is all the way rotating to top. What's a bit frustrating though for Neon is the fact that despite them having rolled down Jackie down bottom, he's still farming perfectly fine. And PA needs to be decently ahead of Terrorblade to feel like she can reliably deal with and fight against them. Fortunately, in this game, there will be the Viper to help out a little bit with Nether Toxin, but you still ultimately want to be doing way better than TB, never just going adequately against them. Arrow. Ooh, this time around it does connect middle. There's no level 6 just yet for Fearless, and he will get brought down. CTM, the final right click, brings down the life of the Storm Spirit. Good moves. So that is the one way that they can set up for these arrows. Unfortunately, it seems to be the only way. And remember earlier I was talking about how I thought Januel would play this Viper in the mid lane. If he was playing that mid Viper and he bought Atos, then they would have at least a third way of getting some degree of lockdown and a second way of setting up for the arrow. As it stands, this early game is definitely going to represent the peak of what CTM is capable of doing. I mean, these heroes are so difficult to land arrows on, man. You have Terrorblade who can pop illusions, Storm Spirit who can zip away, a Hoodwink who can scurry into the trees. It's rough. It's complicated. Fearless, speaking of arrows, ends up dodging one now. And still gonna take quite a bit of harass damage. In the meantime, Natsumi is in danger down bottom. There's an Aphotic Shield out onto Jackie, and I don't think he has a magic wand anymore. Thick Charge on cooldown will get healed up by the Mist Coil. Both players played around each other, you know. They got to say hello, just exchanging some damage. Ultimately, though, everybody just backs off. Still, Jackie definitely happier for this, especially because Masoros is getting a really good lane. They killed Jean-Noel, but it does cost the life of Jackie down bottom. Never mind, take that back. The happiness is gone as Jackie loses his life in this situation. Natsumi will not be able to chase down Lionax. Q creating some space with the bushwhack, but Lionax doesn't actually get into a safe area. Natsumi able to chase him down regardless. Phenomenal sequence of events happening in this bottom lane. It's Neon. Continue to get farm for Natsumi. Also, I must say that the continual movement of this Mirana to come middle, CCM has created a very scary situation, right? Where Fearless can't actually farm the lane. Look how fearful, ironically enough, he's playing here. He wants to get further forward, but he knows that doing so will most likely just get him killed. So, playing safe. It's allowing Yopaj to get more out of this lane than I think he would have been able to find in just a game without having to deal with this Mirana. Vortex will prevent the usage at the very end of the day of the epicenter. Fearless goes up the hill. Can he find this kill onto Yopaj? Yes, he can. CTM's arrow tried to interrupt it, but it's not going to be enough. TG. Don't lose Storm Spirit, get revenge. Well, they have lost some very important heroes on the map. Neon also just picked up the Soul Ring for this young Timbersaw. This is one huge problem, right? Generally speaking, what we normally see from Timbersaw games is this hero dominates this lane, posts up in the safe lane. Eventually, it's strong enough to drive whoever is farming in the lane out and then secure the tier 1 tower very early on. You take that tower, then you port to the other side of the map, prevent the enemy from being able to take your safe lane tower by just posting up there with a bunch of levels. The way it's looking in this game, Masoros is doing a pretty decent job in the top lane of ensuring that this Timbersaw doesn't actually have an easy way of getting to the tower or putting damage down on top of it. As a result, the Timber's going to be kept in the top lane a lot longer than he would be if this was a different hero being farmed there for Masoros. Means that MTG get to keep this laning phase going quite a while longer. And look at their draft. Bloodseeker, Storm Spirit, Terrorblade. They scale way better than the heroes on the side of Neon. So the longer this early game takes, the more farm everybody's getting, the much better for them in the long run. CC, I'm just going to get some D wards out on the map. But now it's not that important for them to play with too much pace because they want the Battle Fury. Obviously for Natsumi, he needs to be able to keep pace with the Terrorblade, who he is outpacing quite handedly right now. You of course want this Blink Dagger to be available from the Sand King. So Neon, not too pressed as of yet, but it will start to become a problem as time goes on. Especially with how hard it is for OB.Neon to take down any of these buildings. Consider their pushing mechanism. It's literally winning team fights. Winning team fights or putting Timbersaw in front of the tower. That's the plan for how to bring down these buildings. So if they find themselves not getting a team wipe, for example, before going up the hill, might not have the capability to push down these structures in the same way that, say, a Terrorblade can on the other side. Fearless. They're gonna go top. Ooh, pause. It's actually funny. I started lagging at the exact same time as well, so it's definitely some server lag or something. Double dash, yo. Henry's dead. Henry's so dead. Henry's so dead. Right, let's see. Can you get out of this? Got ruptured. Blood Rights will be there. Vortex will come out to make sure you can't get out of the rupture. They even throw in the acorn shot. I think 100% sure I may get this kill. Alright. Can't think of MTG without think of magic, lol. That's funny. The issue with Viper being able to pick up an item like the meme hammer to help them with pushing is that remember that this Viper's playing support. Hard support at that. All of the gold needs to go towards CTM because this hero is actually going to be effective Marana. We're going to probably need a Spirit Vessel from this team. We already have the early earn from the kitty. So that means there's no real space for Januel. And he knows he's playing against Bloodseeker Storm Spirit. There's no way that MTG just play calmly on their side of the map the entire game. Eventually, they are going to want to start making aggressive moves. And when those moments come, Januel's going to have to make sure that the team has vision prepared on the map for those times. So won't have the gold, sadly, for many items. Neon, smoked up with your powers, trying to reveal this Blink Dagger. Masoros, positioned in a safe place on the map behind the tier 1. They're going to turn back towards him, but probably too late. Your powers does come across a nice little stack of creeps. Like, oh, I'll take the gold, it's fine. Blinks away, your page. Will he end up dying here? Acorn shot. There's going to be the bushwhack. Viper strike did get thrown out onto Fearless. He did dodge it, but he's at less than half mana right now, so the decision is made to rather retreat. Masoros will get Timber Chain through with the Chakram. Will they be able to get him? Your page comes up. Blink Dagger forward with the Burrow Strike. And Masoros. Why did he wander away from the tower, I wonder? Okay. I feel like Masoros actually didn't need to die there, but OB.Neon, good job on the punish. Recognize the situation for what it is, and they make him regret having left the safety of the lane. And the tower's gonna fall now as well, which opens up the map quite substantially for the rest of Neon. Look how big the stack is on the Ancients. PA doesn't have the Battle Fury just yet. Not yet in a position to be able to farm it. We didn't succeed in getting it further than this, but this is still a massive stack, man. How many is this? Actually, let's see. 1, 2, 3. That's a 5 stack of creeps. Are you kidding me? A 5 stack of Ancients. All right. We'll need to pay attention to the PA when she feels comfortable to go farm that area. Exactly how long it takes her and how much gold she gets out of it. Fearless. Gonna get the zip forward onto this Timber Sword, but there's no way that Timber dies here, surely? There's no way. Put up Defiance. You've got backup nearby. You're like level 9 at the moment. There's no way. Yeah, and get some vision, which also blocks the camp, but they want to go for more. Oh god, they found Fearless. Will Fearless live? No, he will not. The arrow connected perfectly from CTM. They get the kill. They find Fearless. Oh, magnificent. Magnifique. Magnifique. That situation right there. MTG now have to play without the Storm Spirit. Fortunately for them, like mentioned earlier, it's quite difficult for OB.Neon to actually push anywhere on the map. So despite being able to put themselves in an advantageous position, not that much they can accomplish with it. Eventually though, that'll stop really being that much of a concern for Neon. If they keep going at the same pace and finding decent pick-offs, pushing out these waves, they'll find enough farm that during the mid-game, it won't really matter that their pushing kind of sucks. They'll just feel strong enough to go in as a massive ball and dare MTG to fight into them. Still some more items needed for the PA though before that point. Henry also wants to have a Yule Scepter available. What's Masoros building? Masoros is going to be the one that buys the ATOS for his team. This item is still very, very good against heroes like Marana, against Timbersaw, against Sand King, against PA. Also, if he does decide to upgrade that into a Gleipnir, it'll mean that he has easier ways of keeping pace with the farm being set by everybody else on Neon. Alright, cool. Let's see. So, let's say he started at 1320. We're about 6,600 gold. Let's see how much is left afterwards. Oof. 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 So much fun. I hope this changes one day. Honestly, I still think it's stupid that you can farm Ancients with Blur. I don't like it personally, but whatever. You know, just an easy 1,000 gold in less than a minute. It's fine. There's absolutely no problem with this, right? Everything seems balanced. What's the issue? Rupture. Flying out now onto your Paj. Can you get away to safety? No, he cannot. Fearless catches him with the Vortex. Q finishes him off with the Sharpshooter.
Radiant structures, they're fortified.
That must have been till the very wire, the very last moment.
Tower is under attack.
Sadly, will end up losing his life. Fearless getting some assist gold, and Q getting a bunch of the money into the back pockets. I wonder if we'll have that Aghanim Scepter build from Q as well. In this game, probably not. Probably not. There's so many heroes that are sort of spread apart from Neon. And their mobility is a bit too high. You got Mirana, PA, Sand King, Timbersaw. I doubt you'll be able to have multiple heroes connected to with the boomerang, so I probably won't go for it. Hey man. Q is the sharpshooter. What do you want from him? Of course he's gonna steal the kill. Just almost finished for Natsumi right here. This PA getting stronger. Timbersaw almost has the Yule Scepter as well. But motivate. Besides not really having a full item except for the Orchid, they still feel comfortable enough to try and make a move. Janelle's showing in the top lane, but that's not the target they want. I mean, I guess they'll take it. Whatever. Like, you'll take it, but you're not happy about this. You really wanted that PA that's farming Radiant Triangle right now. Sadly, killing her seems fairly difficult without like the rest of Neon responding immediately. Lag. Who got lag? Try to regame. What? What's Masoro's talking about? How's Jackie doing? Jackie's been doing that usual Terrorblade thing. You know how you can suss out who's a good Terrorblade player? There's certain heroes, right? Terrorblade, Luna, sometimes PL, where I feel like the mark of a really good player is when you legitimately can forget about them. And you're like, oh yeah, by the way. And then you look back, you're like, oh snap, person's been farming up a storm. Right now though, Jackie is making some decent headway with his items. S and Y are going to be the item choice over getting the Manta Style, which I am wholeheartedly in favor of. No point getting more illusions versus Sand King and Timbersaw. I'll just get stronger. Tank up. Lol, Baroda, you literally came back seconds before, or rather seconds after the betting close. Feels bad to be you, fam. But don't worry, you'll have an opportunity for game 2. When I have the G call as everybody reconnects back into the game. Natsumi, once you have the Deso, I think that's going to be the signal for Neon to try find a larger fight. Despite having the gold lead right now, I'm very concerned by how they're deciding to play the game as slowly as they are. Pace will help them quite a bit. Now that they have this Desolator, there's no more excuse, nothing else to wait for. You just start get going on the map. Is this a game where PA needs BKB? Definitely. Playing into Storm Spirit, you're playing into this TB, Hoodwink. We'll see that as they pick up this Deso. Indeed it is go time, they go immediately. Trying to make something happen from this. Your Page leading the charge with this Blink Dagger. Will he be able to find a viable target? Lionax. If Lionax is the one that breaks the smoke, dude, Lionax is gooch. Lionax is like, bro, kill, go for it, y'all. Go for it. Go for it. Jackie is so confident in the protection offered by Lionax. They're able to finish an ancient stack before running away. And you, in the meantime, finding himself involved with Masoro's middle. Your Page finds 2 heroes with the Burrow Strike. Fearless not dead just yet though, still able to stay alive. Zip and Vortex out onto the PA, who's now the one that's in danger. Look at the damage coming in from Jackie as he goes into the meta, rips through Natsumi. And that's one dead PA. Wasn't free from the side of MTG did require them to buy back with one hero here. There we go. There's our recap. I'm trying to see how much gold the TB got from this. 325. That's a decent haul. I mean, she's the net worth leader on the map. Now she's not on the map farming, so by the time she's back, TB will have outstripped her. Oh, well, actually, it won't. It's on 500 difference. It's pretty large. Still, though, MTG not only dodging a gank, keeping a tower alive, but also getting a very important kill while doing all of this. And they still keep their tier 1 alive middle. Eventually, one of the issues for Neon is that it becomes a little bit too easy for MTG to push down structures with Metamorphosis, for example. That's part of the reason why they want to play as far forward and with as much pressure aggressively as they can. Do you see now Roshan being taken away by Neon? It doesn't seem like it's been scouted. MTG finally throw in the scan onto the area, but a little bit too late. They did smoke up for this. Natsumi is the one that's sitting with the Aegis. MTG, do they want to try this fight? Natsumi is actually not by this fight, so they could actually kill these heroes. Bushwhack will allow them to bring down your Page. There's no Sand King early on. Spirit Vessel out with a sharpshooter hit onto Enryu. He's broken. Do they have the damage for this? Fearless dipping past them right now. They get the silence out onto Januel, so he can't do anything to help out his team. Enryu kept controlled, brought down, and he will just die. Rod of Atos by Masoros thrown out onto CTM. Does still have an additional leap charge to go, so does get away to safety from this. Two heroes having fallen. Dude, that MTG, that was such a heads up play. They see Natsumi and they know who has the Aegis, so they're like, sweet. If he's the one with the Aegis and his team isn't around him, anybody who's anywhere else, we're going for that fight. And what are they going to do about it? Still though, the advantage is in the hands of OB.Neon. With this double life on Natsumi, they really want to try and force out this tier 1 tower middle. MTG will do what they can to defend it. Masoros is nearby, so you could potentially throw out some blood riots for this. But seems like he doesn't want to actually put himself in too much risk. Will decide to back off instead. And the tower will fall for Neon, taking it seemingly for free. Still alive for now. Lionax, can he get the deny? Yeah, he can. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Mid tower. This is the big grab for the side of Neon. Ooh, Fearless. Arrow. Will it connect? No, it will not. The illusion from the Jackie Terrorblade interrupts the angle. And that's the frustrating thing for the side of Neon. Again, I keep going back to the fact that Januel, playing on the support Viper rather than core, did manage to pick up the early Rod of Atos regardless, so found the necessary farm, and they absolutely cannot play without this item. Unfortunately, doesn't have the Force Staff or the Blink Dagger to get him closer to where your Page is. Whenever there's a stun onto Fearless, Neon have a very small window of opportunity to ensure that there's an arrow follow-up. If not, Fearless will survive every single time. Baroda, come on. He still wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Come on. Come on. This Storm, though, for Fearless is going to buy BKB. Definitely needed. And they just got a Pipe of Insight for the MTG lineup. Finished up on the Bloodseeker. Atos, Pipe. Feels like a decent time to be fighting right now for Motivate Trust. But you actually just wait for the BKB, I think. Let Fearless finish farming that. They're gonna smoke up. Heads up. Time to go. Will they be able to find anything? Last time they went for a movement, they got a really good fight out of it. Doesn't seem like they'll be lucky enough to get such again. Moonlight Shadow was triggered off by Neon, but defensive maneuver, good enough to get them back. Fearless, nice job there. Get a grab onto this PL, but let's say a little bit difficult to finish her off. Natsumi's gonna be okay for now. Enryu gonna throw in a Chakram. They still have an Aegis on Natsumi, I believe. And they're gonna kill a Baron here. Not to me getting that kill. Fearless is like, you don't want to be here right now, so I'm gonna peace out. Q trying to scurry through the trees. We'll be able to do so. It's fine. You've got scurry, friend. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Neon, though, now that they've been able to force these heroes away from the tower, have a Desolator on the PA. Some damage can be laid out onto the tier 2. Enry goes, like, Enry's pretty strong right now. Doesn't have the full Lotus Orb just yet, but it's definitely too strong to fight into. As long as he positions on the far side of the tower like he is right now, there's pretty much nothing that MTG can do to defend this one. And there we go. Unfortunately, they don't have Jackie positioned down at the tier 2 down bottom to mount his own counter push. So it'll just be a straight up 1-1 situation. Or 1-0 actually. As Neon just grab a free tower. Get an outpost. Continue to accrue gold on several of their heroes. Despite having BKB queued up right here, Fearless really is struggling to find any degree of farm. Q, breaks the smoke on Enryu. It's so hard to lock down this Hoodwink that she just gets away to safety. She's fine. MTG are doing a really good job of just avoiding any and all fights right now. Doing what you can to dodge these engagements means that it's a lot easier to ensure that at any given time, it's not your team that is finding itself playing on the back foot. You can actually take these, for example, smokes like this that are very considered well in advance. They already have the Storm Spirit sitting in the top lane, potentially waiting to bait out, and indeed he is bait. They knew your Page would come. Your Page is gonna get ruptured. He's gonna get A-tossed. Man, that setup, MTG is so good. That was beyond. They knew that they had heroes set up there from Neon, so they go set up themselves, dangle out the bait, pop through, and not only do they get the kill, consider what was happening beforehand, right? He jumped out Fearless to finish off a fairly large wave, and now that that wave got finished off, his own fairly large wave can push forward into the tier 1. Yeah, sure, they'll probably clean it up from Neon, but it'll do some damage onto the tower that might not have come regardless, or in a different context. Well, never mind. Natsumi just jumps back in and just rinses it. Never mind. Never mind. BKB now online for Fearless. Timbersaw wants to build into some GG boots for the squad. Definitely in favor of those. Neon also now have a Solar Crest. This is really good. The Solar Crest and having Deso, both of these against the Terrorblade. If they're able to isolate which one is the real TB, this is the way that you actually put him in a position where physical damage can kill him. Jackie building BKB of his own. We see Arrow gets connected to your Page. Two heroes caught there with the Burrow Strike, but with BKB activated by Fearless, should not die from this. Borrow time though will only be borrow time for Lionax, and he'll take a tumble eventually. Good jump from Neon. They're trying to reach for more. Sadly, it's just been the story of their day. They get a good jump, but it doesn't allow them to be in a position where they can get more than just one good jump. Can they take this tier 2? I don't know. They probably can. I don't think they want to defend this from MTG. Just let this one go. So 2 towers taken. They do manage to secure the tier 2 down bottom. So we'll see if MTG, after losing their outpost just now, if they decide to, on the other side of the map, claim the opposite one. Jackie's still in the area, so you could decide to try and make such a move. Oh, snap. Alright, Jerry, now I understand. Eat the dinner, fam. Be fed. Be out here, and we'll see you a bit later, my friend. We see the jump, though, from the Storm Spirit. He goes on to a CTM, and he gets caught and killed. Uh-oh. What a turnaround. Uh-oh. Why was he zipping a... like by himself onto that Mirana though. Like he has Orchid, I get it. But he had no vision of the area. That was a really bizarre jump. Really bizarre sequence of events actually. Now Fearless is just dead. Just like that. Well, looks like it's not just dinner time for Jareen because OB.Neon, Munch on the Storm, gets so much stronger. It's PA now. With Basher in tow can start building towards getting a full S&Y. Jackie is still keeping pace though with the farm. Going for an MKB of his own. Hasn't actually had to face the PA in quite some time. She has to deal with an MKB. She's not going to be happy about this. There is no alternative. A fight is coming from both sides though. High ground positioning from OB.Neon will allow them to snuff out and see any surprises heading their way. MTG though. Find a way into this fight. Fearless. He's the one leading the charge. Doesn't seem like they have that much vision on these Neon heroes at the moment. So becomes quite difficult to envision trying to actually go for this move. I mean, look how little they see. They now start to see these heroes emerging. They have an observer ward down close to the river, and they have this high gold wand. Jackie, Jackie will thunder. He's kept alive. Fearless will die for this though. Can they get Jackie out of here? Not to me. Taking a lot of pressure and putting it into Jackie's face, and Jackie ends up losing his life. The rest of the cores will follow him into the grave. Fearless died trying to save him. Masoros died trying to help him. And now Lionax will die just watching. Brought down by Neon. Jackie gets caught all alone. Doesn't have a BKB, so can't survive by himself. Oh god. There's no buyback on any of these cores. Their push is not the greatest in the world, so they'll not be able to claim anything more than one lane of racks. If that. They might not even be able to get more than the tier 3 tower. Let's see how hard they want to commit. Get the tier 3, but they see everybody's respawning. And they'd rather back off. I mean, why wouldn't you back off, right? You've already secured a very good fight for yourself where the Terrorblade, the one hero who you want to find as early as possible, is the one hero you find first. Oh, this game just feels so nice. Neon go into the Roshan pit, gonna clear this out, grab themselves an Aegis. Neon. I think one of the reasons this game's just been looking like this is Motivate have pretty much not found any smokes they wanted to. They found like 2 in this game. Most of the brawling that's happened has happened at the behest of Neon. This is the team that is dictating the game across the map. MTG still farming with Jackie. Trying to get that BKB as soon as possible. See from the experiences of Fearless that without those BKB, fights are impossible, and even with the BKB you can still die. There is still this PA. You can just remove your life in mere moments.
Let the fun begin.
Neon are thinking to themselves that with the control they have of the map, there's no real need to try and force a desperate situation. All they really need to do is ensure that NU finishes off this SNY, or it's SNK rather, it's most likely going to be, and to make sure that the Aghanim Scepter is picked up by Natsumi. Once we have those items, then we have everything we need to go at this point in the game. The only hero they have that's capable of fighting right now is the Terrorblade, and even then, he doesn't have BKB, so his actual fight credibility is much lower than it would be with that item. Once you can glow it up, then we start thinking to ourselves, okay, TB is the real deal. But pre-glow up, OB.Neon definitely feel confident in their engagements against them. Despite there being so few stuns, they've made very good use of them on the side. Turned out to have been a masterstroke to put your Porsche in the mid lane on the Sand King. Got him a ton of farm, but crucially, allowed him to be the first one moving around the map with the early experience, without compromising the farm of this Timbersaw. 17k gold lead. Motivate, trust gaming. They know that a push is gonna come eventually, but if I'm Neon, I'm in no rush right now. I've got an Aegis. I know that they're corralled inside the base. I'm farming their jungle. It's all up to MTG to try and make the positive move to bring themselves back into those contests. Continue. They do get the Yules out onto the Storm Spirits. Arrow will not connect because Fearless, he knows better. Oh, what? Was that a first hit bash? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Natsumi gets a first hit bash, interrupts the TP, eviscerates Fearless. And now, Tier 2 tower getting taken away. Man, this has been such a perfect game for Natsumi. You want to beat Terrorblade as PA, you need to be ahead of TB. Cool. How about 5, 6, potentially even 7k gold up at this point. A full item ahead. And Natsumi wants to go for an MKB next as well. Making sure that even if the Terrorblade buys Butterfly, that it won't really make that much of a difference in terms of the damage that can come out of this PA. Tier 3 gone. Your Paj. They find a Burrow Strike through Masoros. Easy grab. The damage onto that Bloodseeker. He's gone. Honestly, this feels like game over. Motivate, trust gaming. Unfortunately, really struggling to deal with this game from the side of Neon. As the first lane of Rax will fall. And they're not going to leave either. They fake back on the side of Neon. They instantly want to get involved once more. Do they have vision of the fact that this is happening on the side of MTG? Does seem like it. Look how far away from the lip of the base they're playing. They will not get caught out. They're not going to allow themselves to be caught out. And Neon like, I guess we spent a smoke, but meh, 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 meh. Smoke up now from MTG. We're at that point in the game now where for them to recover, they'll need a favor or two, but they'll also need to be making these kind of smoke moves. Playing safe is not going to cut it anymore. There's too much of the map that's just unsafe to travel in normal circumstances. So you have to be willing to take a risk to try and open up the map for yourselves. The thing that's difficult though is that who do you target first? You find, let's say the Timbersaw first, you're not going to kill him quickly. You find Janelle first. I mean, that's ideal, but Janelle's always at the back of the fight. Find the Sand King. Very difficult to bring him down. If you don't find him first, though, that means that they have the bonus initiation that can come back after the fight. So there's just a lot that's going through their minds right now in MTG.
It's about time.
Game is continuing. 24k gold lead for the side of Neon. We start to turn now, not just into thinking what can MTG do about coming back, but one thing that'll help them a lot is buybacks. Roshan is not up, and we know that that's going to be the next place everybody fights around. So they'll need to make sure that they have buybacks available on the side of MTG. They're at most risk of losing early lives here. Moonlight Shadow will be used. Here comes the fight. Jackie, oh my god, almost going to be the first on court, and Fearless. Fearless? BKB by mistake. He thought he'd be jumping a little bit deeper into the fray. Now without having BKB available, they have to back away from the area. Well, it looks like what happened to Mac is not just exclusive to Mac. Fearless also unfortunately not able to use the BKB as expected. Although now it does get the Aghanim Scepter, so the blue hole is online. The follower from blue hole is only really going to be the Blood Right, but it can still make pretty large work happen for the team, getting all these silences out at once. It's gold lead. Massive. But Terrorblade is still up there. Only hero that's ahead of the Terrorblade is the PA, and she's going to plateau at some point. Like, what does she get after this? She can get Moonshot and Aghanim's Scepter, but that's about it. Maybe one item you swap out from your BKB with. We see that one item is going to be the Satanic, and then you upgrade your Basher to an Abyssal Blade, but pretty much represents the peak of her powers at this point already in the game. Does give some impetus towards Jackie. Now it does have BKB, Skadi, MKB. Still a scary game here. Rosh gonna be up in 45 seconds. Did Masaurus end up getting Glepnia? No, he didn't. He got the Pipe of Insight, but wasn't really able to farm beyond that. He's really been struggling over the last like 5-6 minutes. This Morana is even catching up to the net worth of the Bloodseeker. She just got the OP disc. Honestly, I wouldn't even be mad if Icestrong removed the item. No cap. Could live. Masaurus finds a Rupture onto CTM. We'll get Burrow Strike and just eviscerate it. Jump in by Fearless with the blue hole, but there's no follow-up just yet. Here comes the potential damage from Jackie, but nobody's being held in position. Blinking forward is Jackie. Can he find anybody else? No, he cannot. Unfortunately, everybody just runs away from him. Yopaj also finds a Burrow Strike, which brings down Fearless, and now with Jackie's BKB down, he's in a lot of danger, trying to flee onto his side of the map. Pops the Flicker. Can he get away? No, he cannot. Get hexed up. And that hex, will it be enough to allow people to catch up to him? They're all here. Will he get off the Sunder? He cannot get off the Sunder. They set up their stuns perfectly. OB.Neon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Truly, well and truly, I've turned this game into an impossible one. Starting from the laning phase, Neon have been largely in control of the game and haven't really been letting up since. Here they are, once again in the Roshan pit. Once again, NTG, no way to really stop this. Gonna be a refresher shot, which they give to Yopaj this time around. Double Burrow Strikes, double Shiva's Guard, double Epicenter. In short, if you ever catch a stun on Terrorblade, Terrorblade will be chain disabled and die. And jump up, not to me. Dash onto Lionac, gonna be a zip back. Hold him in position, Blood Right Silence will be there, but it's only the one hero. And they don't really care, they're focused on these buildings. Tier 3 gone, Rax gone. At this point for MTG, you're honestly talking about game 2. One of the things they're probably talking about is giving a better hero to Masaurus that actually does more stuff. We're gonna see Bushwhack will lead into a Blood Right, but okay, what do they care? Okay, cool. We've lost like a fifth of our HP at that. Unfortunately, this Bloodseeker can't really do all that much. And also past the point where if you rupture somebody, they feel they need to run away from you. They can just stand here and fight. We see now Stun, Fearless, he got caught, he got eviscerated. Your Page, amazing with the reaction time there. Enables them to bring down the Storm Spirit. No buyback available. And that's done. That's it. It's gonna be Megas. This team cannot deal with Megas. Their wave clear is kind of pathetic. The only hero that can maybe fight these things is Jackie on the Terrorblade, and if the Storm Spirit is just like zipping up and down the lane the entire time, that could work. Doesn't matter though, as here they are, Neon got the Megas, they still have the Aegis. No, it popped, they just popped, sorry. The Aegis did pop, but I do not think they'll be able to find another kill here. Arrow connect onto Jackie, what a time to be alive. They get a Burrow Strike on the 2. BKB with the Thunder does come in from the Terrorblade. He's turning around now with the damage from Metamorphosis, but it will not matter as they just destroy the freaking Ancient. GG is called. OB.Neon will take the opening game and find themselves one game ahead here against the side of Motivate Trust Gaming. Somewhat anticlimactic this game, I'll be honest. It sort of felt like a corner turned. Okay, why is Dota so... What is happening with Dota 2 these days? Johnny earlier on in chat was saying how he got booted from a game even though he was in the game. We've had situations like on Monday when we were casting and the lobby just broke. We've had games where you just literally can't observe it at all. I don't know, man. Valve is too busy counting their money to work on updates and fixes. Anyway, Neon... Somewhat anticlimactic, given the way that the game started, right? It seemed like it might have some kind of legs to go for later, but Neon just too in control. Every fight that happened on the map largely was driven by Neon. The early BKB timings, especially on Natsumi, to allow him to get into the fights. Januel bought the Rod of Atos much earlier than I thought he'd be able to pick it up. I mean, look at this timing. Januel, look at this. 20-minute Rod of Atos on the 5 position Viper. And I will say though, personally for me, my MVP is your Page. The interplay between your Page and TTM was just incredible. But crucially, landing the correct stuns reliably on Storm Spirit. A lot of other players might have decided, let's search for Bloodseeker, let's try to find Terrorblade. He realizes that if they don't have Storm Spirit, there's actually very little MTG can do if Fearless is the one that's not participating in the fight. I mean, we got to see that over and over again. As soon as Fearless was gone, fight's over. Can't do anything. They also forced Jackie into an uncomfortable position where you try to buy BKB like a lot later because you wanted MKB first to help him deal with the PA, but you should have bought BKB first, buddy. BKB first, then you can build MKB. That way, there were a couple of fights we saw, like that one we saw on the high ground when they invaded Dire Jungle, where Jackie got caught out. At the time, he had MKB, but he didn't have the BKB, so he dragged his team into a bad fight. It happened twice. That one was the big one, and there's another moment around the tier 2 bottom where a BKB, I think, would have been a lot more beneficial for Jackie. Ultimately, though, Neon proven themselves to be the better team here today. So now they're ahead. They're one game up. Every single series today has gone the distance, has gone 2-1. Will this buck that trend, or will we continue it? We'll find out soon, as the second game is being loaded up as we speak. As I prepare that, go take a walk, stretch your legs, go get some fresh air outside, go call your mother, say hi to your mom. Also, for those of you who are here for the first time, come say hi, come hang out and chat. Let us know what you thought of the broadcast. Make sure that you're following the stream as well. And of course, if you've had a good enough time that you might consider supporting a homie, you can decide to become a patron through patreon.com, subscribe here on Twitch, or make a one-time donation through PayPal. The information for all of that is underneath the stream description in the About page. And crucially, in the break screen, which we're about to go to now, you get your name on the break screen. How cool is that? You get your name there. People get to know that you're a supporter. Hell, if you make a donation, you're permanently here until somebody else boots you off of it. So with that, Game 2 coming soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more incredible Dota 2 action. Ladies gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. More Dota. We got ourselves OB.Neon taking on the side of MTG Trust. One of these two sides is going to continue in the upper bracket. They get the honor, the pleasure of playing against Fnatic tomorrow. Good times, you know. You come from a matchup, you have to go play against Fnatic. Nice. As it stands right now, however, that team that's going through would be Neon. They're one game up, having taken game one in some very dominant fashion. We'll see now whether or not they can continue that degree of dominance here by securing themselves game two. Game one, game two, game three, who cares? As long as you win 2 games in the series, that's all you need. MTG still first searching for their first win. Let's see if they'll find it here in this game as we get into it. Let's go. MTG, Mirana. Oh, sorry, I thought somebody was knocking at my door. Mirana Spectre is going to be the opening duo here for the side of MTG. Mirana first overall pick. Neon responded by going for the Nyx Lesh. If you're gonna pick Leshrac, I do believe you have to ban Nyx or pick it. If you allow yourself to play against Nyx Assassin as Leshrac, you're asking to lose the game. So they make sure that they can protect the Leshrac by picking up the Nyx. Then they further protect the Leshrac by getting the Lion. Look at this. Brood Mama for Neon. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Yo, real talk. One thing I've been loving about the new style of Brood play, where it's not just about getting as many spiders on the map as humanly possible. The primary thing nowadays is crushing these lanes. And Spectre was not going to enjoy life versus a Brood Mother in the early game. Gonna have a torrid time, in fact. Spectre. They need some help. Tiny as the hero being picked now by MTG. Gives them some way to reach onto the far side of the fight. Gives them some burst damage. I guess decent lanes as well. Like, you're gonna have this hero being placed into the lane against the Lesh, and you're not gonna mind that much. It's not gonna be a situation where everything just goes to shit. Also, like we were discussing in the other game where we had Spectre, when you play with the Spectre hero, whatever hero you put into the mid lane has to be a hero that can chase the game. You cannot play Spectre in a situation where the game is sort of, well, no one's doing anything, we're all just farming. No, you have to have everyone else except Spectre constantly able to fight, constantly able to brawl, able to put their own bodies on the line ahead of the Spectre, so that when you come in, it makes a huge difference every single time. MTG, what are they going to put for the off lane though? They still need to deal with the safe lane from Neon. Both these teams are just blitzing through these bans. Dude, MTG's barely used any reserve time. Neon's used literally none of it. To the last pick already. Who do we have in the off lane? We need someone that can help them start fights. All those heroes are banned though. No Mars, no Tidehunter, no Sand King, no Centaur, no Timber. Potentially LC. We saw that earlier today from Fnatic, where Death played Legion Commander in game 1. I feel like that could be useful here. Can clear out the spiderlings from the Brood. You get some hard disable against both Brood and Leshrac and whatever they're gonna put into the safe lane for Neon. You also have the potential to swap the lanes so that Spectre plays a different lane, doesn't have to match up directly into the Brood Mother. Besides that, what else could they go for? Underlord as well could be fairly decent. My only issue with Underlord is it doesn't allow them to play with pace in the game. Batrider potentially, but that hero is almost certainly earmarked for mid most games. Seen some offlane Batrider be successful. What are MTG gonna go for here? Look at the Magnus, okay. Behold the Horn of Magnus. Alrighty, I like Magnus here. Gives them RP, so it helps them out with their team fight, which wasn't that great beforehand. It was okay, they had like a lot of skirmish potential, but direct big pick-off was a little bit iffy. Now they have that with the RP, some big team fights, some damage amp for the Spectre, some way to also help you with D-push with Shockwave. This last pick Bristleback though. This Bristleback though. Yo, I think Neon's gonna 2-0 this, real talk. Let me not lie to y'all. I like yo. I want MTG to come top 2. I want TNC to win, right? But I can see the MTG finding themselves in the finals. However, strong however. This is a very good drop from Neon. This is the kind of draft. Oh, at least you know Jack. Ah, but Jackie has the Arcana. Alright, GG. Can't beat the Arcana. I've only casted 3 games of Spectre Arcana and it hasn't lost yet. 100% win rate, guaranteed victory. Alright, let's go. Let's go game 3. Nothing they can do on the side of MTG. Playing against Arcana, too strong. Real talk, they can win on the side of MTG. The only thing they'll have to do is, yet again, Neon have a much faster pace to set in the game. MTG has to stall a lot longer, be very composed about where they take their fights. They don't push down buildings as easily this time around. Yopaj is playing the Leshrac, so Diabolic Edict is in tow. Fortunately for them, one of the things that often makes Leshrac work is having an additional heal behind it. An Abaddon, a Phoenix, a Winter Wyvern. We almost saw Winter Wyvern Phoenix succeed on this Lesh earlier. So they have this push potential, but they don't have that heal. Will it be enough? Or will MTG, with the skirmishing and the fighting, will they be the ones that get themselves the W? I don't know what the hell's about to happen. This game has been wild. Let's find out together. We enter into game 2. OB.Neon versus Motivate Trust Gaming. Single victory is all MTG needs in this game to bring us to game 3. For Neon, single victory is all they need to put this series to bed. Which direction are we going? The predictions are open, bets are open. Make your decision. Based on what we saw from game 1, I think Neon is also slightly favored just in terms of how they were playing together. I was also really impressed by their laning phase. And they have, my god, some strong lanes.
Very, very sorry, but you just got baited.
Some really, really strong lanes. We shall see whether or not MTG is going to be able to deal with these. Last game, Neon. Well, not surprising that they won, given that they started the game with 4 bounty runes. It might be the case that the bygone era of getting 3 or 4 bounty runes and guaranteeing a win in the game no longer exists. However, it is still the case that you get a massive advantage for all that early gold, especially if you also find the first blood, which they certainly will. Natsumi on the safe lane, Bristleback takes out Lionax, gets a bounty. This time around though, it is only going to be 3 for 1, not 4 for 0, you know. They're slacking so hard, yo, what the hell. What a way to start the game. Now that they have found themselves this early quick kill, means that Natsume, this bottom lane, will get a very early pickup of our soul ring. Towards top, it looks like MTG making a similar decision to what we saw in game number 1, swapping the Masoros lane, yet again realizing that Jackie can't play into Enryu. In game 1 it was he can't play Terrorblade into Timber. Now you definitely cannot play Spectre into the Broodmother lane. So the swap itself makes sense. However, it's not like life is easy for you in the lane against Bristleback. Zero can affect you and damage you from pretty far away. And the thing is, the Dispersion bounce back doesn't affect the BB from the stacking up of the Quill Sprays. Which means that you always end up losing out on those trades in the lane. Here towards middle, Yopaj and Fearless. First few levels, Fearless is still able to find his own farm. And ooh, they almost killed Masoros in the top lane. Dude, Neon is playing on another level today. My goodness. No cap, from what I've seen, of all the games I've seen today, obviously I didn't cast the first two series because that was like 5 a.m. for me, too early. But Neon has actually been the team that's looked the best. I don't know. Running around Q here with this next assassin. If that hero is not available in the lane, Bristleback wins that lane by default. So it's more important for Q to find a way back to bottom than it is for CTM to do the same. But he's still gonna get there first. More bullying pressure onto Spec. Top lane, there's more pressure that Enryu is putting onto Masoros. And yeah, sure, Masoros is not gonna die in the same way that the Spectre would. You still have Skewer to get yourself away. Lionax can create some kind of diversion with the Battery Assault power cogs. Nonetheless, you're getting out-farmed in this lane. Out-farmed, out-denied. A difficult place to be right now for the side of MTG. Nice. Alright, Lionax, thank you, friend. Goes and just steals a bounty rune away. At the same time, Fearless bottles the other one. Still the first few minutes, so there will be a water rune available to be picked up by this Leshrac. I don't think they'll be able to prevent that in its entirety. Fearless might try. But Mirana, unfortunately, will find herself being interrupted by Januel. And the thing is, you can't not try to do something towards middle if you're playing as Q here. You have to try and interrupt this Leshrac. You do not want to give this Lesh just a free start to the game. Simultaneously, you don't want to be too derelict in your duties regarding your positioning down bottom. You do see now Lionax finds the Battery Assault. CTM, will he be able to get out of this? No, he will not. Loses his life here. Henry's gonna look for revenge. Lionax, though, just calmly walks out of the webs, and he's cool. He's fine. Radiant scan triggers out onto Q. At the same time, they bring down Lionax in the top lane. How did that happen? It's kind of bizarre. Like, he went to deny himself, I suppose, but did he have to? Guess it doesn't matter that much. It's like, meh, there's no one around to claim the experience, so I might as well just deny. Yeah, off to a strong start. There has been comeback potential here from MTG, and the CS looks very equal right now. It's easier for Neon to do stuff with their early CS than it is for the side of MTG. Crucially though, I think that Neon, they don't really care that much about gold in the earlier portion of the game. It's all about that experience. Leshrac, Broodmother, Bristleback, Nyx Assassin, all of these heroes thrive with levels more so than they do with gold. MTG, theirs is a farm fest. To be fair, they will have that empower to apply towards the Spectre later. But also allow them to get some decent damage in through an RP. If it's on multiple heroes, the Spectre can then just cleave several heroes at once after getting a dagger pass through. Top lane, Masoros. Masoros doesn't have mana. Doesn't have 5 stick charges, so he can skewer away. CTM is being kept away from closing the gap by this Clockwork Goblin. Lionax potentially rolling back for the kill, but he knows that Enryu's coming. The decision will rather be, if Enryu's coming, let's rather chill. Let's go back. Let's leave this one alone. I like the fact that Lionax keeps coming to try to steal this bounty. I feel like you could also maybe get away with interrupting this pull, but he has priorities. He's here to give his team gold, not to prevent the enemy team from getting gold themselves. Finishes his job, can port home, everything's fine. MTG though, unlike in the previous game where despite the fact that things were somewhat comfortable CS wise, they had lost an early kill on Jackie that time around. This time things going a lot better. Jackie is top 2 net worth. Farming very safely here in behind this tier 1 tower. We'll see now. They get the earth spike out onto Q. Triple leap should be there. Q might still die. Will they be able to get Q away from the spiders? Indeed they can. Love how the spiders just go ahead and cop a young deny on the way. One thing I've been loving to see about these C teams is the adaptation from playing a lot slower in the early game to make sure that the team with the win condition is the team that's playing at the appropriate pace. We're not just having these heads butt against each other. I feel like though the general level of Dota overall in the world has increased. Everyone's so good right now, it's really annoying. What that does also mean though is that nowadays you're not, now it's like really noticeable if you're not in a particular tier. It's like, yeah man, you're so screwed. Before it was like, oh, it is what it is, there's just one guy that's just better than everybody. Now it's like, nah dog, the problem is you need to level up. Not to me. Farming right now here in the bottom lane on this Bristlebug. Haha. Same time Broodmother looking to try and skip past the tier 1 in the top lane. She's taking over that side of the map. Soros can't really stick around. So he's gonna go farm into the jungle. Whilst we still have the Spectre farming herself down bottom. No level 6 just yet for the Nyx Assassin, so we can't have Vendetta movements all around. So we really are gonna have a much slower early game. Nobody's interested in doing anything until they get their big items, or at least some portion of them. And because these supports have been moving around so much, they haven't actually been able to pick up experience for themselves, which sort of delays the timing for Moonlight Shadow, Vendetta, which ultimately also delays the overall timing for the teams that they're playing for. Mid lane, Fearless will find himself getting caught the split earth. Beautiful earth spike coming in from CTM, finds both your Page and finds Fearless as well as Linex. Your Page cleans them both up with the lightning storm. Oof, 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 oof. That was beautiful. CTM, oh, lagging, really my G? Word? You're the one that's lagging after getting that earth spike? Are you kidding me? That's what it reminds me of, that moment that we saw in the Fnatic Omega game, where Lesh was able to turn around onto a Storm Spirit and a Lifestealer, split earth them both. And that's set up. They also have so many stuns from the side of Neon, which is also a bit of a concern for me against MTG. All of MTG stuns are not easy. Somewhat skill shots, right? Well, with the exception of, say, Tiny. RP, you don't want to just throw RP out. You need to make sure you land the correct one. Avalanche Toss, I suppose, is fine. But the arrow is not that easy to land just by itself. Nor is Hookshot. And of course, Jackie, not necessarily the hero that's going to be initiating for you, right? He comes in to clean up. Erstwhile, for the side of Neon, they've got the Earth Spike. If that hits, they can follow that up with Impale. If that hits, they can follow that up with the Split Earth. So many various ways of ensuring that they can get the Chain Disable out. You almost got stunned, but General does not have access to an Aether Lens, so there's no point throwing out the Impale. Early 2k gold lead opened up right now by Neon. Not too surprising given that they have Broodmother Bristleback with Leshrac in tow as well. You should expect this team to be able to get a lot of farm out of the jungle, knock over these early buildings, make life a lot better. But the toss, Fearless, gonna initiate in a little bit of an interesting way. They find a catch onto Januel. They have enough to kill him. At the same time though, Yopaj comes back in. Diabolic Edict And with the Pulse Nova, he finds a counter kill onto the Clockwork. Not done just yet. Wants to try reach forward. CTM. Not going to be able to find a disable onto somebody just yet. Earth Spike actually only catches Masoro. Split Earth gonna be there onto Jackie. Jackie Haunt away from the fight. Tries to go onto Enryu. Enryu runs down Fearless. Gets some additional spiders in the middle of this fight. Several heroes showed up. Ultimately, will end up benefiting the side of OB.Neon as they get the 2 kills in exchange for one of their own. But crucially, one of those kills is on the Fearless Tiny, who, if you look at the net worth charts right now, is not looking so hot in general. Hasn't been able to transition well out of this laning phase. Oh, Enryu just gonna run down this Clockwork. Bye bye, Clockwork. Bye bye. Bye bye, Clock. Oh, Clock survives. Spawn spiders, spawn spiders, spawn spiders. Got him. He also found Spectre. Oh god. Split Earth gonna be there. Jackie cannot escape from this one. Januel, make sure to activate the Spike Carapace in the event that you try to use Dagger. Can stun him up. They find that kill. That's 2 heroes brought down, and Fearless is in danger here. They bring up Yopaj. Yopaj, though, does not have a way to avoid some of this damage, and he's gonna end up getting brought down. The angle of approach for this Leshrac a little bit optimistic. That's a big pickup for MTG. If they don't get that Leshrac kill, it just feels like a roll after roll after roll. But not only do they keep a hero alive, Fearless gets to go home. Leshrac also goes home, but in a bit of a body bag.
The Dire's top tower is under attack.
Soros. What sucks about this game is we are a few minutes away. I'd say maybe 10 minutes away after we get this Aghanim Scepter for the Bristleback. I'm actually not sure he dies again in the game. Oh god. Yopaj, dude, they get a 13 minutes tier 2 tower. 13-minute outpost. Are you kidding me? It's stuff like this that forced IceFrog to institute the ruling that you only get a shot after 20 minutes. Because right now, MTG are getting rolled on the map. Hey, Jireen, how was dinner? I hope you didn't play with your food, because that's what OB.Neon is doing right here. Not to me. Ooh. Alright, so last time this was on PA. Let's see how much he gets out of it now. 13.5 minutes at 7k net worth. See how long it takes to clear them all out and how much gold is picked up as a result of this. Lionax might attempt to steal away some of the experience in the area. I think the better option though would be to force a fight back towards the tier 2 because they know there's no Bristleback here. This fight though will still come. Impaled. Oh, it connected. They found Masoro's Earth Spike coming out. They found Fearless with this one, so they're not chain disabling the same target here. No one died just yet. RP will come out. Fearless does end up getting brought down though by the finger of death. Arrow gets thrown back into the fight. Finds the Nyx Assassin, but both Yopaj and Enryu is still alive for now. That's only for now though, as they do manage to catch out this Lesh. Yopaj will get taken out. Very nice usage of the power cogs there by Lionax, but now Bristleback has shown up. Finished taking out the agents. Got 1,000 gold from it. Time now to use this gold to strike fear into the heart of my opponents. And of course they all have to run away from the Bristleback. There's no way you stick around for this hero. Chicken curry and rice, that sounds delicious. I'm so jealous right now. Straight up jealous. Straight up jealous. Not to me. This BB, I don't see them being able to build a break mechanic anytime soon, and they don't have this hoodwink, so now we have a problem for Fearless. Fearless is just gone. Wow, that was so simple, and they're gonna follow that up with the kill onto Lionax as well. That was just the support and the offlaner easily running down the hero playing from the mid of MTG. really has been struggling though, both Fearless and Masoros. First it was Fearless who was really struggling to find gold. In the time period that they've gotten something towards Fearless, Masoros has now been the one that's struggling. Picked up a Blink Dagger, but hasn't really been able to do anything since. Oh snap, Penta! Penta! Long time no see, comment. How's it been going? How's it been going? And shout out for the subscription, Penta! Resubscribed, you've been out here. Thank you so much, fam. Hope life has been going as good for you as this game is going for Neon. 7k gold lead at the moment. All their heroes looking quite strong. It's only your Page that's died a few times, but now that he has access to this Aegis, no longer going to be a real concern for him. Do they find the split earth onto Linax? They do, and Masoros commits an RP solo onto Januel. Januel not dead just yet. What an impale! Onto 3 heroes. Are you kidding me? Fearless dies almost immediately after this. CTM fighting right next to this big Masoros Magnus. It's not going to be enough to keep that Magnus alive though, no matter how big you look. Oh my god. Alright. Was that an impale or an earthspike? They have both, so I'm not sure which spell they used. Either way, 3 heroes stunned up on the high ground. They can do nothing. Get brought down immediately afterwards. Didn't even really require the involvement of Natsumi. Just chilling, taking out this tier 1 tower. Aghanim Scepter is on the way, by the way. Mid. Impale comes out. Do they have finger? Finger him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. That's what we like to see. Dude, Aghanim Scepter. Oh my god. Oh my god. How does Spectre fight into this? She's so far away from having Manta. And even when she does, it's going to be an extremely difficult prospect to find a way to damage out this BB before losing your own life. Tier 2 gone. Neon. Well, they're about to end the game. If they can't defend this tower, then what will they ever be able to do? They toss back Natsumi, the Bristleback, at about half HP now. Gets forced off the way to safety though, and with the Earth Spike, get the catch to get the kill onto the Clockwork Goblin. They keep this hero alive. Enryu pops the pipe. He's the one that's sitting with all the sustain items for the team. Has access to Guardian Greaves now. Pops them to allow your Page to get back to half HP. And looks like they're going to TP out with your Page just to make 100% sure that this Leshrac is not in danger. Oh my god, Penta! Oh my god, Penta! Oh my god, Penta! What a legend! Thank you, Penta. Penta is following the example of Eero, wasn't even around, and is going back to sleep. Good night, comrade, and I hope you sleep tight. I hope you find time to pull through like over the next few days. We'll be out here for the rest of the quals. But really, shout out and thank you. What a legend. Yo, Page! Okay, here we go. Now we're talking. Deep toss. Throws back this Leshrac around the tier 2, and now here's the RP. Masoros trying to open up space, but unfortunately Natsumi's here. Impale with the Earth Spike connects onto both Jackie and Q. First on the fall will be Linax inside of his own power cogs. Fearless trying to run away from the engagement. He's getting ran down by the Spider and the Leshrac. Rainbow Ponies and Spiders. Deadly combination as they get that kill. Spectre also gonna die right in front of the tier 4 towers. Unable to turn this engagement around. Fearless jumps in with the Avalon toss combination onto CTM and Natsumi, but not nearly enough damage to hurt them. Enryu gets a triple kill by bringing down Fearless. That's a dieback on the Tiny. Your Page still alive. Gets another kill onto Masoros. It's a triple kill for Natsumi. And they're not done just yet. They're looking for the Mirana. They get an Ultra for the Bristleback. The team of OB.Neon is just too damn strong. And they throw spiders, rainbow ponies, and massive porcupines at the side of MTG, and it's good enough. GG, well played is called. OB.Neon. Woo! Damn. That was woof. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So go Neon. Neon, best team in C. Who's this MTG team? I don't know what you're talking about. Somebody said that they thought MTG was gonna do well. I personally remember us discussing MTG and all of us agreeing that this team is actually trash, they're garbage, and they would never amount to anything, and that we really favor Neon, and this is the team that is gonna carry us all the way through. OB.Neon, good times from them. Yo, this game was yo 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 yo. We eat meal. I did too. I said TNC for C region. But fortunately I didn't get to finish my prediction. So we're in the same boat. So none of us are gonna get points. My god though. Neon. Alright, so let's talk about how they won this game, right? This was like a complete victory. Draft victory. You first 2 Spectre, you're going to lose the game. I don't know. There's maybe, I'm trying to think of when was the last time I saw a team first 2 Spectre and win. Probably some Team Secret or like some Nigma game, maybe PSGLG. No, PSGLG, they wouldn't do that. If they're first 2ing a carry, they're gonna first 2 PL or Terrorblade for Ame. But you first 2 the Spectre, so some massive risk. You give a lot of time to Neon to prepare for this pick. And boy, oh boy, do they prepare. They prepare, firstly, incredible tempo to make sure that no matter what you do, you'll never actually be able to match up with the team of Neon, right? No matter how farm the Spectre gets. Then, MTG, personally, I don't think, this Tiny did nothing, right? Let's be serious. How much damage did he actually do this game? Barely any. If they had Puck potentially, like we saw in that previous series with Puck Spectre, then maybe we're having a different conversation. But you get this Tiny, it doesn't really help you that much in this game, especially against the heroes that Neon picked. Neon went Broodmother for the off lane, Bristleback for the safe lane, Leshrac for mid. How do you win against this with the draft that you have? Fearless has a hard time actually dealing reliable damage onto any of these heroes. Firstly, getting there. Secondly, dishing out the damage and expecting to escape with his life. Musoros has a rough game to begin with. The laning phase is never going to be kind to you, no matter which lane you decide to occupy. They make the swap early on, and you're like, okay, cool. However, that swap doesn't do anything except avoid disaster for MTG. For MTG, it's like, crap, if we don't do the swap, we lose the game at 10 minutes. But for Neon, they're in a situation where they're like, we actually don't care what the lane is. Bristleback is going to perform great versus both Spectre or Magnus. Broodmother is going to perform great against both of those heroes as well. So there's no actual thing MTG can do in the early game that's going to set OB.Neon back off their feet. To make matters worse, the way that the game actually started going, it's a lot easier to start going on the map with this Neon draft. You don't have to wait for Blink RP, don't have to wait for like, I mean, Lionax, if he jumps in, he dies every time, right? Don't have to wait for 4 stars, so that stops happening. But Neon, you just, slowly farm your items. Come together. 8-click down lane. What can MTG do? Fuck all. Then we win the game. Good times. Kunkka was... I don't believe it was banned. Wheatmeal also, don't worry about it. They're only down to the lower bracket. OB.Neon's not out. OB.Neon's through, sorry. MTG is not out just yet. They've only dropped now to the lower bracket. So they just have a harder road ahead of them if they still expect to be able to find qualification. So I can tell you who they play tomorrow. They're going to be playing Signal Ultra in the morning. And then they play the winner of Omega Esports and Galaxy Racer basically immediately afterwards in the afternoon. And how do I feel about that one? They'll probably be able to come away with the dub. I don't know. Wasn't that impressed by what I saw here from them today, unfortunately. But yeah, they're done in the upper bracket. Neon is not. So Neon, they continue. They play Fnatic. Woo! That's going to be a fun game. So tomorrow, what we're going to do, I'm going to be casting, we'll cast Fnatic versus Neon. Then we'll do TNC Predator versus Boom Esports. You like that? How about that? I think I like that. I'm trying to avoid burnout of late, so I'm trying to keep like the series count very minimal. 2 a day at best. Unless you pay me a bunch of money, then you've got my attention. But when I make sure we're here consistently, And that's going to close it out for now. OB.Neon is through, MTG is down, and the stream is going to close. Thanks so much for hanging out with me these last several hours, everybody. Shout out to Penta coming through after a long hiatus, and not just pulling through, but pulling through and throwing out subscriptions. What a G, what a legend. Thank you so much. Shout out to Eero as well, who did the same earlier on in the day. Y'all rock, y'all are amazing. Shout out to everybody who followed me for the first time today. Of course, not the people that we already mentioned. Shout out to y'all, y'all are great. I really do appreciate it. And of course, everyone who hung out on chat. Wheat Meal, obviously Jirina and Baroda. The old guard were out here. Johnny went to bed earlier. You know, Big Jaeger is busy on the BTS side of things. And who else did we have here today? Reaction 172 pulled through today. You were pretty cool. And of course, Wheat Meal. Shout out to y'all. Y'all were pretty dope. Y'all were pretty dope. So we're done for today. Till tomorrow. Make sure that you are following the channel. If you've enjoyed yourself, make sure that you follow the example of Eero and Penta. Decide to subscribe. You can also follow the example of QFTFQ. Decide to become a patron online through patreon.com, or you can follow the example of Laklau and make a one-time donation here on stream using the PayPal button underneath the stream. Every single cent makes a difference. I mean, earlier on, young Johnny pulled through with cheersing 5 bits, and those 5 bits make a difference. Thank you all so much for everything. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be hype. Tomorrow we have eliminations. We'll find out who they are. I'm not going to be casting them, but I'll tell you about them. So see y'all tomorrow. Done for now. Your boy signing out, but the Dota 2 will never end. So see you more for more of that hype, for more of that action, for more TI10 qualifiers.
us so far, broken down hard, like strung out old stars, playing talking, served us so well. We traveled through hell, know how we felt.